Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Thunder echoed through the golden halls of Asgard, but it was not Thor who caused it. The god of thunder sat restlessly on his throne in the great feasting room, his fingers drumming nervously on Mjolnir as he watched the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his own gut, in the electricity that coursed through his divine veins. Odin's ravens, Hugin and Munin, arrived through one of the open windows, their black wings cutting through the heavy air of the hall. They brought news that would confirm Thor's worst fears. The Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, was moving in his ancient sleep in the depths of the ocean that surrounded the world of men. That shouldn't happen now, muttered Thor, standing up abruptly. Ragnarok isn't close enough yet. His deep voice echoed through the empty room, where not even the servants dared to remain in the face of the storm that was forming both inside and outside the palace. Thor immediately called a council with the other gods. Freya was the first to arrive, her radiant beauty contrasting with the worried expression on her face. Soon after, Tyr, the god of justice and war, entered with a slight limp, a constant reminder of the day he lost his right hand to Fenrir, the direwolf. Last came Heimdall, guardian of the Bifrost, his golden eyes carrying the weight of all he saw across the 9 worlds. The signs are clear, Heimdall said, his deep voice reverberating off the golden walls. The serpent stirs, its scales scrape against the ocean floor, and its venom begins to contaminate the waters of Midgard. But why now? Questioned Freya, her golden braids shining in the torchlight. The prophecies have always spoken of Ragnarok as the moment of Jormungandr's awakening. Thor remained silent for a moment, his mind working through the implications. If the serpent were to awaken prematurely, the balance between the worlds would be destroyed sooner than expected. Chaos would spread, and not even the Norns could predict the consequences. Something, or someone, is interfering with the natural course of things, Tyr said, his single fist clenched tightly. We need to find out who is behind this. It was at that moment that a tremor shook the entirety of Asgard. Thor ran to the window, followed by the other gods. On the horizon, where the sea met the sky, a dark mass was moving. Even from a distance, it was possible to see the gigantic waves that formed as the creature writhed in the depths. We have no choice, Thor declared, his voice thick with determination. I need to go to Midgard and face the serpent before it fully awakens. Alone? Freya questioned, concern evident in her voice. Thor, you know the prophecies, your destiny. The prophecies speak of Ragnarok, interrupted Thor. But this is different. Something changed the course of events, and we need to find out what. You will need allies, Heimdall said, his golden eyes fixed on something beyond the visible horizon. I see possibilities, paths that seemed closed before. Thor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of possibilities? The giants, replied Heimdall, causing a murmur of surprise among those present. Some of them also fear Jormungandr's premature awakening. They may become unlikely allies in this battle. The idea of allying with the giants, ancestral enemies of the gods, made Thor hesitate. How many battles had he fought against them? How many stories of betrayal and war existed among its people? But if Heimdall was right, if there was a chance, then that is what I will do, Thor decided, raising Mjolnir. First, I will go to Jotunheim. I must find those who are willing to prevent the premature end of the worlds. What if it's a trap? Tyr asked, ever cautious. The giants may be behind the serpent's awakening. It is a risk I must take, Thor replied, adjusting his power belt. But first, I need information. Heimdall, continue watching the serpent. Freya, search among his spells for something that could help us understand why this is happening now. Tyr, prepare our defenses. If Jormungandr fully awakens, Asgard will need to be ready. The other gods nodded, each leaving to carry out their mission. Thor stood for a moment, watching the horizon where the serpent stirred. His hands gripped Mjolnir's hilt with renewed strength. It wasn't just a question of strength now. It would need wisdom, diplomacy, and, perhaps for the first time, it would need to trust former enemies. The god of thunder walked to his quarters, preparing for the journey. As he gathered his belongings, he thought about the words of ancient prophecies. He always knew that his fate was intertwined with that of the Midgard serpent, that both would die by each other's hand during Ragnarok. But this was different. It was a chance to change destiny, to rewrite prophecies. Thor looked at Asgard one last time before leaving. The golden palace shone in the light of the setting sun, but the dark clouds on the horizon reminded him of the urgency of his mission. With a swing of Mjolnir, he blasted his way through the space between the worlds, heading first for Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. What would you find there? Allies or enemies? The answer to the serpent's premature awakening, or just more questions? Thor didn't know, but he was determined to find out. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on it. As he traveled between the realms, Thor couldn't help but think about how small their ancient rivalries seemed compared to the threat they faced. If the serpent awakened prematurely, there would be no victors, only chaos and the premature destruction of everything they knew. The snow of Jotunheim was already visible in the distance, and with it, the first true proof of their mission. Thor knew he would need all his strength, not just to fight, but mainly to make peace with those he always considered enemies. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on their ability to unite unlikely forces against a threat greater than their ancient disputes. The biting wind of Jotunheim lashed Thor's face as he crossed the icy plains. Ice crystals danced in the air, reflecting the pale light that barely penetrated the dense clouds above. Mjolnir felt heavy in his hand, not because of its physical mass, but because of the knowledge that this time the hammer would need to be more of a symbol of peace than a weapon. In the distance, the jagged towers of the frost giant's fortress rose like monstrous stalactites against the gray sky. Thor had been there before, but always as an invader or warrior. Now, he was approaching her as a possible ally an idea that still sounded strange in her mind. A group of ice giant sentinels soon spotted their approach. Thor could see the tension in their massive bodies. The spears of crystalline ice pointed in his direction. However, he kept Mjolnir lowered, a deliberate gesture that did not go unnoticed. "Son of Odin?" thundered one of the giants, his voice like the crackling of ice. "You dare come here alone?" "I come seeking audience with Skrymir," replied Thor, keeping his voice steady and clear. "I bring news that concerns all 9 worlds." The giants exchanged suspicious glances, but something in Thor's posture, or perhaps the absence of his usual hostility, made them hesitate. After a moment of silent deliberation, the leader of the sentries made a brusque gesture. "Follow us, but know that any false move will be your last action." Thor nodded, following the giants through icy corridors that seemed to absorb all body heat. The walls reflected distorted versions of himself, as if the palace itself mocked his presence there. The sound of their footsteps echoed in an unsettling way, mixing with the constant moan of the wind that penetrated through the cracks in the structure. In the throne room, Skrymir, the current leader of the Frost Giants, waited seated on a massive throne of black ice. His red eyes glowed with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion as he watched Thor approach. "What words are so important to bring the god of thunder alone to our halls?" asked Skrymir, his voice reverberating off the crystalline walls. Thor took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. "The Midgard serpent awakens before its time," he declared, observing the reaction of those present. "Jörmungandr stirs in his sleep, threatening to bring Ragnarok before its scheduled time." A murmur ran through the room. Even among the Frost Giants, the prophecies of Ragnarok were known and feared. Skrymir leaned forward on his throne, his expression more serious. "And why would that concern us? Some would say that the end of the gods of Asgard would be a blessing for Jotunheim, because it is not just the end of the gods," Thor replied. "It is the end of everything, of the 9 worlds, of the very order of things. If the serpent awakens now, the chaos that will follow will spare no kingdom, no people." Skrymir was silent for a long moment, his red eyes studying Thor with intensity. "And what do you propose, son of Odin?" "An alliance," said Thor, the words sounding strange, even to his own ears. "United, we may have a chance to discover what is causing the serpent's premature awakening, and perhaps even stop it." The silence that followed was heavy, like an avalanche about to collapse. Thor could feel the giant's eyes on him, some clearly skeptical, others curiously contemplative. "There are rumors," Skrymir finally said, his voice quieter. "Whispers in the deepest caverns of Jotunheim. There is talk of ancient magic being awakened, of portals being opened where they should not exist." Thor frowned. "What kind of magic?" "The guy who shouldn't be touched," a new voice replied. From the shadows of the ice pillars emerged a figure that made Thor instinctively grip Mjolnir's hilt. Angrboda, the sorceress of the giants. She moved like smoke until she stood beside Skrymir's throne, her eyes shining with ancient knowledge. "Someone is messing with the threads of destiny, god of thunder, not just with ordinary magic, but with the very threads that weave reality. The Norns muttered Thor, beginning to understand the gravity of the situation. Yes, confirmed Angerboda. Someone is interfering with the work of the Weavers of Fate. And not only that, they are using forbidden knowledge, magic, that has been sealed since before the time of the gods. Thor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold of Jotunheim. If someone was manipulating the lines of destiny themselves, the consequences could be even more catastrophic than imagined. We need to find whoever is doing this, said Thor, and we need all the help we can get. Skrymir and Angerboda exchanged glances, a silent conversation taking place between them. Finally, the leader of the giants turned to Thor. Jotunheim will offer assistance, declared Skrymir, but with conditions. First, we want equal participation in any council or decision that is made. Second, when this is all over, the old treaties between Asgard and Jotunheim will be renegotiated. Thor hesitated only for a moment before nodding. I accept your terms, but we must act quickly. The serpent continues to stir. Angerboda will go with you, said Skrymir. She has knowledge of ancient magics that may be useful in your quest. The sorceress smiled, a gesture that didn't reach her eyes. It will be an interesting partnership. God of Thunder. Thor watched his new and unlikely ally, aware that he was just beginning to unravel a plot much larger than he imagined. With the help of the frost giants secured, and new information about the possible cause of the serpent's awakening, he knew that his next step must be to find the Norns, if it was still possible to reach them. As they prepared to leave, Thor couldn't help but think about how the ancient prophecies seemed to be unfolding in completely unexpected ways. With a giant sorceress as an ally, and the knowledge that someone was manipulating their own destiny, their mission had become even more complex and dangerous. Thor and Angerboda's journey to the kingdom of the Norns was tense from the beginning. The god of thunder and the giant sorceress crossed the hidden paths between the worlds, each keeping a cautious distance from the other as they headed towards the roots of Yggdrasil, where the Weavers of Destiny dwelt. The Norns have not received visitors in millennia, commented Angerboda, his voice echoing in the void between the realms. What makes you think they'll welcome us now? Thor adjusted his grip on Mjolnir, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. We have no choice. If someone is truly interfering with the threads of destiny, they are the only ones who can tell us how and why. A sudden tremor shook the ethereal path beneath their feet, causing them both to stop. In the distance, they could see waves of energy oscillating through the fabric of reality, like ripples in a disturbed lake. The lines of fate are unstable, murmured Angerboda, his eyes shining with concern. I've never seen anything like this before. As they approached the Norn's domain, reality itself seemed thinner, like frayed fabric about to tear. Thor could feel the electricity in the air, unlike any storm he had ever conjured. It was the energy of destiny itself being manipulated. Finally, they arrived at a place where 3 huge Yggdrasil roots intertwined, forming a kind of natural chamber. In the center, where the roots met, was Urd's well, or at least where it should have been. In its place, they found only a vortex of chaotic energy, with golden threads of fate floating and twisting in the air. That's not good, said Thor, watching the scene with growing concern. The Norns! Angerboda approached the vortex, her fingers tracing patterns in the air. They were displaced. Displaced? What do you mean? Before Angerboda could respond, a figure emerged from the vortex. It was Erd, the oldest of the Norns. But there was something wrong with her appearance. Its shape was distorted, as if seen through broken glass. Son of Odin, sorceress of Jotunheim. His voice sounded like several overlapping voices. You guys are late. What happened here? Asked Thor, approaching cautiously. Someone has found a way through the ancient barriers, Ord replied, his body continually distorting, using forbidden knowledge, magic from the primordial ages. Even before Yggdrasil, Angerboda let out an exclamation of surprise. The magic of the void? But that was sealed by the primordials themselves. Yes, confirmed Erd. And now it is being used to rewrite the very fabric of reality. My sisters have been imprisoned at different points in time. I resist, but not for long. Thor felt the weight of the situation increase on his shoulders. Who is doing this? And why? A being that should have remained forgotten, replied Erd, his form trembling more intensely. Ginnungagap, the ancient void, is trying to return, using the serpent as an anchor to tear the veil between the worlds. Ginnungagap? Thor exchanged worried looks with Angerboda. I thought it was just a legend. The primordial void before creation. All legends have a kernel of truth, said Angerboda, his expression grim. And some truths are best left forgotten. Erd extended a distorted hand, and a golden thread of fate materialized in the air. Listen carefully, for I do not have much time. To stop Ginnungagap from returning, you must find my sisters. Verdandi is trapped in the ongoing present, deep within Muspelheim. Skuld has been cast into a future she was not meant to be, beyond the confines of Niflheim. And the serpent? Thor asked. How do we prevent your awakening? The serpent is just a means to an end, replied Erd. Your premature awakening will create the chaos necessary for the barriers between the worlds to weaken even further. You must. But before she could finish, Erd was violently pulled back into the vortex, her scream echoing across the dimensions. The vortex pulsed dangerously, releasing waves of energy that caused Thor and Angerboda to flinch. We need to move quickly, said Angerboda, his eyes fixed on the spot where Erd had disappeared. If Ginnungagap is truly trying to return, we have less time than we thought. Thor nodded, his mind already planning his next steps. Muspelheim first. Verdandi can give us more answers. The realm of eternal fire, muttered Angerboda. It won't be an easy journey, especially for an ice giant. You can stay. Don't even think about it, God of Thunder, interrupted Angerboda with a wry smile. My knowledge of ancient magics will be necessary. Besides, who else is going to stop you from doing something stupidly heroic? Thor couldn't help but smile a little, despite the gravity of the situation. It was strange how circumstances could turn enemies into allies, prejudices into understanding. As they prepared to leave for Muspelheim, Thor took one last look at the vortex that had swallowed Erd. The situation was more serious than anyone could have imagined. It wasn't just about stopping the premature awakening of the Midgard serpent. It was about stopping the return of primordial chaos itself. With Mjolnir in hand and a giant sorceress at his side, Thor knew they were about to embark on the most dangerous part of their journey. Muspelheim awaited them, with its rivers of lava and burning skies, and somewhere in its depths, a Norna trapped in an eternal present needed to be rescued. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on his mission, and for the first time in his long existence, Thor was unsure whether brute strength and courage would be enough to win this battle. The suffocating heat of Muspelheim engulfed Thor and Angerboda as they advanced across the volcanic plains. Rivers of lava snaked around them, creating a deadly maze of liquid fire. The giant sorceress kept a magical shield of ice around her, though the strain was visible on her increasingly pale face. "We need to find shelter," Thor said, noticing his companion's wear and tear. "You won't be able to last much longer in this heat." Angerboda gave him a challenging look, but did not protest. "The obsidian caves." She pointed to a dark rock formation in the distance. "They say they are the only places in Muspelheim where the heat does not penetrate completely." As they approached the caves, they were surprised by a group of fire giants that emerged from behind the rock formations. Their skin glowed like hot coals, and their eyes burned with suspicion. "A god and a frost giant in our lands?" roared the group leader. "What blasphemy is this?" Thor raised Mjolnir in a defensive stance, but Angerboda stepped forward, his voice firm despite his discomfort. "We seek Verdandi, the Norna of the present. She is imprisoned in her kingdom." The fire giants exchanged worried glances. "So, you also noticed the disturbances?" the leader said, his voice lower. "Our ancient magics have been restless. Fire itself acts erratically. It's the influence of Ginnungagap," Angerboda explained. "The primordial void attempts to return and uses the Midgard serpent's premature awakening as a catalyst." The leader of the giants considered their words for a moment before gesturing for them to follow him. "Come, there is something you need to see." They led Thor and Angerboda through obsidian tunnels where the air was surprisingly cooler. The black, polished walls reflected their images in a distorted way, creating an unsettling feeling of disorientation. They arrived at a central chamber where a bizarre phenomenon was occurring. Fragments of time seemed frozen in the air, little bubbles of reality where events repeated endlessly, a drop of lava falling eternally without ever touching the ground, a spark dancing in the same endless pattern. "It started a few days ago," the fire giant explained. "At first they were just small anomalies, but they are spreading, and at the center of it all, in the heart of the chamber, stood Verdandi, the Norna of the present. Unlike the distorted form of her sister Erd, she appeared perfectly solid, but she was trapped in a time loop, her movements repeating every few seconds like a broken record." "How do we free her?" asked Thor, observing the imprisoned Norna. Angerboda approached cautiously, studying the energies that held Verdandi trapped. "It's a complex time prison. We'll need to synchronize different types of power. Your divine strength, my ancient magic, and..." She looked at the fire giants, the primal power of Muspelheim's flames. "What could go wrong?" muttered Thor, but he was already positioning Mjolnir. The fire giants placed themselves in a circle around Verdandi, while Angerboda began to weave runes in the air with precise gestures. Thor raised his hammer, allowing electricity to course through his body. On my signal, instructed Angerboda, we need to break the temporal prison at exactly the moment the loop resets itself. They watched Verdundi's pattern of movements, waiting for the precise moment. When Norna reached the end of her sequence, about to begin again, Angerboda shouted, "Now!" Thor released a powerful beam through Mjolnir. The fire giants released their most intense flames, and Angerboda completed his enchantment. The energies combined into a focal point, creating an explosion of power that made the cave walls themselves shake. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, like glass breaking in slow motion, the temporal prison began to fragment. Verdandi blinked, her movements becoming natural for the first time. "You took a long time," were his first words, his voice carrying the weight of countless gifts experienced simultaneously. "Time is relative, I suppose," Thor replied, approaching. "We need your help. Ginnungagap." "I know," Verdandi interrupted. "I have lived every moment of this crisis countless times in my prison. I know what is coming, and it is not good." "How do we stop it?" asked Angerboda. "It's not a question of preventing, but of redirecting," explained Verdandi. "Ginnungagap is using the threads of fate as ropes to pull itself back into existence. But if we can find Skuld and reconnect the three Norns," a stronger tremor shook the cave, and through the obsidian walls, they could see the sky of Muspelheim changing color, becoming a vortex of chaotic energy. "We don't have much time," Verdandi said, her gaze distant as if observing 1,000 different gifts simultaneously. "Niflheim. You must reach Niflheim before Skuld is pushed beyond the end of time, and you must prevent the serpent from fully awakening, or the barriers between the worlds will become too weak to contain Ginnungagap's return." "How do we do both at the same time?" questioned Thor, frustration evident in his voice. An enigmatic smile appeared on Verdandi's lips. "Who said they need to be done at the same time? Timing is more flexible than you think, especially now that your lines are being manipulated." Angerboda widened his eyes in understanding. "Can you give us more time?" "I can create a time bubble," Verdandi confirmed. "But I will need the energy of Muspelheim to sustain it. And once they enter it, there are no guarantees of when or where they will emerge." Thor and Angerboda exchanged glances. It was a huge risk. But what choice did they have? The very fabric of reality was unraveling around them. "Do it," Thor decided, gripping Mjolnir with renewed determination. As Verdandi began to weave her temporal magic, and the fire giants prepared to lend their power, Thor could not help but think of how each step of this journey took them into increasingly dangerous and unknown territories. From a mission to prevent the awakening of the Midgard serpent, they had become embroiled in a battle for the very fabric of reality. The temporal bubble began to form around them, and Thor felt the familiar weight of Mjolnir in his hand like an anchor in the increasingly unstable reality. At his side, Angerboda prepared his ancient spells, his presence a constant reminder of how old enmities could become irrelevant in the face of greater threats. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on their next move, and for the first time, they would have to rely not only on their strength and courage, but also on the flexible nature of time itself. Verdandi's temporal bubble enveloped Thor and Angerboda in its shimmering matrix, and the world around them began to dissolve into a kaleidoscope of overlapping realities. The heat of Muspelheim gave way to the biting cold of Niflheim in a matter of seconds that seemed to stretch on for eternities. When the time distortion finally stabilized, they found themselves in a nightmarish landscape. The realm of Niflheim, normally a place of eternal mist and ice, has been transformed. Crystals of black ice protruded from the ground like teeth in a monstrous maw, and the air itself seemed to be ripping apart, revealing glimpses of the primordial void beyond reality. The barriers are thinner here, Angerboda noted, his voice strained. We can feel Ginnungagap trying to force its way back into existence. Thor nodded, feeling the electricity in his body react erratically to the unstable environment. Mjolnir vibrated in his hand as if detecting an invisible danger in all directions. They advanced through the distorted landscape, searching for signs of Skuld. Time seemed to behave even stranger here. Sometimes a single step would take them miles forward. Other times they seemed to walk for hours in place. There, exclaimed Angerboda, pointing to a crystalline structure that seemed to absorb all the light around it. It's a temporal anchor. Skuld must be trapped inside it. They cautiously approached the structure, but were interrupted by a voice that seemed to come from all directions and nowhere at the same time. You've come far. The voice was old and empty, like nothingness itself, coming to consciousness. But they are very late. The air around them began to condense, forming a figure that defied comprehension. It was as if the absence of existence itself had taken shape. Ginnungagap, muttered Angerboda, his protective runes glowing brightly. What's left of me, the entity confirmed. For eons I have been banished, relegated to watching existence unfold in the void that was once my domain. But now it is time to reclaim what belongs to me. Thor wielded Mjolnir, although he knew that facing the primordial void would not be like any battle he had ever fought. Why the serpent? Why now? The Midgard serpent is an echo of primordial chaos, explained Ginnungagap, its form floating like black smoke. Your premature awakening will create enough dissonance in the fabric of reality that I can return completely, and with time fragmented, without the Norns to keep it in order. We will not allow it, declared Thor, although he could feel the crushing weight of the entity's presence. Ginnungagap made a sound that might have been laughter. If emptiness could express amusement, you have no choice. Watch. The crystalline structure imprisoning Skuld began to pulse with dark energy, and within it, they could see the Norna of the future being pushed further and further beyond the limits of known time. Angerboda began to weave a complex incantation, his hands dancing in the air as ancient runes formed. Thor, understanding her plan without the need for words, positioned himself between her and Ginnungagap, ready to defend the sorceress. Fool, said the entity, your physical strength means nothing against the void. Tendrils of absolute darkness reached toward Thor, but the god of thunder was prepared. He conjured the greatest storm he had ever created, transforming Mjolnir into a conduit of pure divine power. It may be that physical strength means nothing to you, thundered Thor, but this is not just physical strength. The lightning that emanated from Mjolnir was no ordinary one. It was charged with the very essence of creation, the energy that had given shape to the worlds. For a moment, Ginnungagap retreated, its tendrils of emptiness dissipating. Taking advantage of the distraction, Angerboda completed his incantation. The crystalline structure imprisoning Skuld began to crack, but instead of breaking completely, it began to bend time itself around him. "What are you doing?" Ginnungagap's voice now carried a tone of concern. "Using your own trick against you," replied Angerboda, his words charged with ancient power. "If you can manipulate time for your purposes, we can do the same to stop you." With a deafening crack, the temporal prison fell apart, and Skuld emerged, not as a prisoner, but as a force of nature. His eyes shone with the knowledge of all possible futures. "Sisters," his voice echoed across the dimensions, reaching Verdandi in Muspelheim and Urd in his dimensional vortex. The three Norns, even separated by kingdoms, began to reconnect their energies. The fabric of time, which had been stretched and distorted, began to pull itself back together. "No!" roared Ginnungagap, his form expanding to try and engulf everything. "You can't undo what has already been started." "We are not undoing," Skuld declared, his voice carrying the weight of countless futures. "We are redirecting." Thor and Angerboda watched in wonder as the energies of the three Norns intertwined, creating a complex pattern of time and destiny. The Midgard serpent, which had been used as an anchor by Ginnungagap, began to return to its deep sleep. "What will happen to the prophecies?" asked Thor, watching reality reconstitute itself around him. "Prophecies have always been more flexible than we imagined," replied Skuld with an enigmatic smile. "Ragnarok will come, but in its own time, and perhaps, when it comes, it will not be exactly as predicted." Ginnungagap, realizing his defeat, began to disperse. "This isn't over," his voice echoed, growing fainter. "The void will always be waiting, and we will always be vigilant," replied Thor, watching the last traces of the entity disappear. With the immediate danger contained, Thor turned to Angerboda. The giant sorceress looked exhausted but satisfied. "Who would have thought," she commented with a wry smile, "a god and a giantess saving the 9 worlds together? Perhaps it is time to rethink old rivalries," replied Thor, returning the smile. Skuld watched the two with approval. The future always has ways of surprising us. Now they will. There is much work to be done to strengthen the alliances forged today. As they left Niflheim, Thor reflected on everything that had happened. The threat of the Midgard serpent had led them on a much greater adventure, one that not only saved the 9 worlds, but also paved the way for a new era of understanding between long-divided peoples. Ragnarok would come one day, but now Thor knew that destiny was not as immutable as he had always believed. And when that day came, he would face it not only with his strength, but with the wisdom and alliances gained on this extraordinary journey. The icy wind blew across the plains of Pine Ridge, carrying with it the ancestral lament that echoed in the memories of the Lakota people. Sarah Swift Eagle, a 17-year-old girl, watched the orange horizon of dusk as her grandfather, Joseph Sacred Cloud, prepared the sacred pipe for the evening ceremony. The sweet aroma of traditional tobacco mingled with the sage that burned slowly beside them. "Grandpa, tell me again about White Buffalo Calf Woman," Sarah asked, her dark eyes reflecting the same curiosity she had as a child. Joseph smiled, the wrinkles on his face telling stories of many winters lived, as he adjusted his traditional blanket over his shoulders. "A long time ago, when our people were going through great hardship, 2 young warriors went out hunting," he began, his deep voice carrying the weight of the story. "On their journey, they met a beautiful woman dressed in white who was carrying a sacred package. One of the warriors had impure thoughts about her and was turned to dust. The other, respectful, was spared and instructed to return to the village to prepare his people for her arrival." Sarah knew the story by heart, but each time she heard it, new details seemed to emerge. Like water flowing from an ancient spring, the reserve was facing difficult times. Drought was punishing the land, traditions were being lost among the young people, and poverty was growing like weeds in fertile soil. "The signs are everywhere," Joseph continued, pointing to a group of clouds forming in the sky. "The prophecies speak of his return in times of great need, when the people need to find their way back to harmony." At school, Sarah faced the daily challenge of balancing 2 worlds, that of Lakota traditions and that of modern society. Her classmates often mocked her beliefs, especially Tommy Red Feather, who had completely abandoned traditional customs in favor of the dominant culture. The community was divided. Some, like his aunt, Martha Crescent Moon, insisted that salvation would come through modernization and the abandonment of old superstitions. Others, like her grandfather, remained steadfast in preserving ancestral teachings. That night, as the moon rose in the starry sky, a group gathered in the community center to discuss the growing crisis in the reserve. The drought had destroyed most of the crops, and government resources were scarce. Sarah watched from the doorway as voices rose in disagreement. "We have to accept the mining company's proposal," argued Martha, her gray hair tied up in a tight bun. "They've offered jobs, money to the community. We can't live on old dreams and stories." Joseph stood up slowly, the sacred pipe in his hands. "What we were taught by White Buffalo Calf Woman are not just stories." His voice was calm, but firm. "They are the foundations of who we are. The land is not something we can sell or trade. It is our sacred responsibility." Sarah felt the weight of the conflict in her heart. Her best friend, Lisa Chuva Suave, had lost her father to alcoholism the year before, a disease that affected many on the reservation. The old stories spoke of healing and harmony, but how could they help with such modern and complex problems? During the meeting, an elder called David Swift Horse shared a vision he had had. "I saw a white buffalo in the hills," he said, his voice shaking with emotion. "And it wasn't alone. It was followed by other buffalo, bringing life back to the dry grasslands. Some laughed quietly, others listened reverently. Sarah, however, felt something different, a deep connection with the elder's words. She remembered the strange dreams she had been having over the last few weeks. Visions of buffalo running under a stormy sky, and a mysterious woman who seemed to be calling her. After the meeting, While helping her grandfather put away the sacred objects, Sarah shared her dreams with him. Joseph listened attentively, his eyes shining with ancient knowledge. "Dreams are messages, little one," he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. White Buffalo Calf Woman didn't just teach us rituals and prayers. She showed us that everything is connected: the past, the present, and the future. The problems we face today are no different from those our ancestors faced. The solution has always been to maintain balance. That night, lying in her bed, Sarah reflected on everything that had happened. Through the window, she could see the stars shining brightly in the dark sky. A gentle wind entered the room, bringing with it the scent of sage and prairie grass. In her mind, her grandfather's words mingled with the old stories and modern problems of the reservation. Before falling asleep, Sarah had a strong feeling that something important was about to happen. The prophecies spoke of a white buffalo calf, woman returning in times of need, and these were certainly difficult times. But how would she recognize the signs? And more importantly, how could she help her people find their way back to the harmony they so desperately needed? Sleep slowly enveloped her, and in her dreams she once again saw buffalo running free across the plains. This time, however, they weren't just distant visions. They seemed more real, closer, as if they were crossing the border between the world of dreams and reality. And in front of them, glistening like the first snow of winter, ran a white buffalo. The next morning brought with it a dense fog that covered Pine Ridge like a protective cloak. Sarah woke up still feeling the vivid effects of her dream about the buffalo. As she got ready for school, she noticed something different in the air, a peculiar silence that seemed charged with expectation. At breakfast, his mother, Helen Gentle Wind, was preparing traditional corn fritters, the comforting aroma filling the small kitchen. "You seem distant today," Helen observed, noticing her daughter's pensive gaze. Sarah hesitated before sharing her dreams, knowing that her mother, although respectful of traditions, was more pragmatic than her grandfather. "I've had strange dreams, Mom, about buffalo and something else I can't quite explain." Helen stopped what she was doing, her hands suspended over the dough. For a moment, Sarah saw something flash through her mother's eyes. Recognition, perhaps concern. "Your grandmother had dreams like that," Helen said softly, returning to her work. Before she left, she talked a lot about signs and visions. "Your grandfather believed her, but I was too young to understand." At school, Sarah met Lisa Soft Rain in the corridor. Her friend seemed more excited than usual, her eyes shining with restrained excitement. "You won't believe it," whispered Lisa, pulling Sarah into a corner. "My Uncle Robert saw something strange in the hills last night. He says there were lights dancing over the prairies, just like the old stories said." Before they could continue the conversation, Tommy Redfeather walked past them, purposely bumping into Sarah. "Still believing in fairy tales, Swift Eagle?" he teased, a mocking smile on his face. But Sarah noticed something different. In his eyes, a shade of unease that didn't match his usual arrogance. During history class, while the teacher was discussing the colonization of the American West, Sarah couldn't concentrate. Her thoughts wandered to the stories her grandfather told about White Buffalo Calf Woman, about how she had appeared in a time of great need. The reservation was certainly going through hard times right now. At lunch break, a group of students gathered in the courtyard, commenting on strange events that had been happening. Jenny Aguas Calmas, a senior, said that her father, one of the tribal counselors, had found mysterious footprints near the dry creek. Footprints too large to be those of any known animal in the area. Sarah was observing the discussion when she noticed Tommy sitting alone under a tree. Something in his solitary posture made her approach him, putting aside her resentment of the previous provocations. "Is everything all right?" she asked, taking a seat next to him. Tommy remained silent for a moment, playing with a beaded bracelet that Sarah had never noticed before. "My grandmother passed away last week," he finally said, his voice low and vulnerable. "Before she left, she gave me this." He held out the bracelet. It was beautifully handcrafted, with traditional Lakota patterns. She said that times of change were coming, and that I would need to remember who I am. Tommy's confession took Sarah by surprise. Beneath his facade of modernity and disdain for old ways, there was a connection to his roots that he tried to deny. "You know," Sarah said gently, "my grandfather always says that our traditions are not chains that bind us to the past, but roots that give us the strength to grow." After school, Sarah decided to visit the reserve's cultural center, where her Aunt Martha worked. She found her organizing documents about the mining company's proposal, her face tense with worry. "Sarah, dear," Martha smiled tiredly, "have you come to help me with the paperwork?" "Actually, Auntie, I came to ask about Grandma. Mom mentioned something about her having special dreams." Martha put the papers aside, a faraway look in her eyes. "Your grandmother was an extraordinary woman. She saw things that others couldn't. Before the Great Flood of '97, she dreamt of rising waters. No one believed her, but she insisted that we prepare shelters. It saved many lives." While Martha was talking, Sarah noticed movement through the window. A group of elders were gathering in the community center, including her grandfather and David Fasthorse. There was an urgency in their movements that caught her attention. "Something's happening," murmured Martha, also observing. "The elders don't get together like this for no reason." Sarah said goodbye to her aunt and ran to the community center. Through the ajar door, she could hear voices arguing in Lakota. Her grandfather noticed her presence and beckoned her in. "The signs are multiplying," said David Swifthorse, his voice shaking with emotion. "Not just the lights on the hills and the mysterious footprints. The birds are returning to the dry grasslands, and this morning we found green shoots where nothing had grown for months." Joseph picked up the sacred pipe, his movements deliberate and precise. "White Buffalo Calf Woman taught us that renewal comes through connection with the land, with each other, with our ancestors. Perhaps it's time to bring the people together for a great ceremony." Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine. The elder's words echoed her own feelings, visions, and dreams. Something was changing on Pine Ridge, something that went beyond disputes over mining or modernization. It was as if the land itself was awakening from a long sleep. At nightfall, as he walked home with his grandfather, the wind began to change. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, bringing with them the distant smell of rain, an aroma almost forgotten. in the parched prairies. "The times of change have come, little one," said Joseph, watching the sky. "And you, like your grandmother, before you, have an important role to play." Sarah looked up at the approaching clouds, feeling the weight of her grandfather's words. In her mind, the buffaloes of her dreams kept running, and now they seemed closer than ever. The storm forming on the horizon finally reached Pine Ridge, bringing with it some long-awaited rain. Sarah watched the drops through her bedroom window while listening to the excited voices of the neighbors celebrating outside. It was as if nature itself was responding to the recent events on the reservation. The next morning, the earth exuded that unique scent of rain and wet soil. Sarah found her grandfather in the yard, examining small green shoots that had sprung up during the night. "It's as if the earth is waking up," he said, gently touching one of the tender leaves. At school, the buzz was constant. The unexpected rain had brought hope, and even the most skeptical were beginning to question recent events. Tommy, who normally kept his distance from Sarah, approached her during break time. "My grandmother used to say that when rain comes after a long drought, it's a sign that the spirits are watching," he said, his voice low and hesitant. Sarah noticed that he was still wearing the beaded bracelet, now more visible on his wrist. Lisa joined them, bringing even more intriguing news. "Did you hear? They found huge footprints near the old stream, where the water started flowing again. And they're not just the footprints of an animal. They seem to form a pattern, as if they were dancing." The news spread quickly through the reserve. After school, a sizable group of people gathered near the stream. Sarah accompanied her grandfather there, watching as the elders examined the mysterious marks in the damp soil. "These are the same ones that appear in the old stories," murmured David Swifthorse, kneeling down to touch the prints. "The sacred patterns that white buffalo calf woman taught our people." Aunt Martha was also present, her usual skepticism giving way to an expression of astonishment. "This can't be the work of vandals or bromists," she admitted, studying the intricate markings. "No one knows these patterns in such detail except those who have kept the ancient teachings," Joseph added, exchanging a meaningful glance with the other elders. That evening, the tribal council called an emergency meeting. The room was packed, with people of all ages and different views on the traditions. Sarah noticed that even those who normally avoided traditional events were present. "The mining company has increased its offer," Martha announced, presenting new documents. "They know about the rain and the signs, and they're afraid we'll lose interest in the deal." A murmur went through the room. Joseph stood up slowly, carrying the sacred pipe. "Our ancestors taught us that land is not something we can sell. What we are witnessing are the signs that were prophesied. White buffalo calf woman is reminding us of our true wealth." To everyone's surprise, Tommy stood up. His voice trembled slightly, but his words were firm. "My grandmother told me, before she left, that we would see signs of renewal. She said we would need to choose between following the path of money or the path of ancient wisdom." Sarah felt her heart racing. Her dreams of the buffalo were becoming more vivid every night, and now she was beginning to understand their meaning. They were not just symbols of the past, but messages for the present and future. The discussion went on into the night, with different voices and opinions being expressed. Some still defended the mining company's proposal, arguing that the money could bring practical improvements to the community. Others, inspired by recent events, spoke of returning to traditional farming and conservation practices. While the adults debated, Sarah noticed a group of young people gathered outside. Lisa, Tommy, and other teenagers were talking quietly, sharing their own experiences of recent dreams and visions. "It's like something is calling us back," said Jenny Calm Waters. "Yesterday I dreamt about my great-grandmother, who I've never met. She was dancing with buffalo under a starry sky." The group decided to form a youth circle to study ancient traditions. Tommy, to everyone's amazement, offered his house for the meetings. "My grandmother left a lot of books and articles about our culture. I think it's time to really get to know them." Sarah shared her dreams with the group, describing the buffalo and the sense of urgency she felt. Everyone had their own story to tell, their own connections to the past that were beginning to awaken. Meanwhile, at the adults' meeting, an important decision was being made. The tribal council voted unanimously to postpone any decision on the mining company's proposal until the signs had been properly interpreted and understood. "Our young people are showing the way," declared David Swifthorse, observing the group gathered outside. "They are the bridge between the old and the new." Joseph smiled as he saw his granddaughter at the center of the circle of young people, her voice clear and confident as she shared the stories he had taught her. "White buffalo calf woman showed us that renewal comes through generations," he said. "The cycle continues." The night progressed, and with it, more rain clouds approached. The air was charged not only with humidity, but with possibilities. Something was changing in Pine Ridge, something that went beyond earthly disputes and everyday worries. Sarah felt a gentle breeze touch her face, carrying with it the scent of sage and wet grass. In her mind, the buffalo continued their eternal dance across the prairies. But now, she was no longer alone in her vision. Others were also beginning to see, to dream, to remember. The ancient prophecy spoke of a time of renewal when white buffalo, calf woman, would return to lead her people back to harmony. As she watched the raindrops begin to fall again, Sarah realized that perhaps this time would not be a one-off moment, but a gradual awakening, a return to the wisdom that had always been there, waiting to be rediscovered. The rain continued for several days, transforming the arid landscape of Pine Ridge. The streams began to flow again, and the prairies began to show shades of green that had not been seen for a long time. The group of young people, led by Sarah, continued to meet regularly at Tommy's house, where the old stories took on new life through their voices. At one of these meetings, while they were studying the meanings of the sacred symbols, Lisa arrived breathless with some surprising news. "You have to see this," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. "There's a group of wild buffalo in the northern hills." The news spread like wildfire through the reserve. Buffalo hadn't been seen in the area for decades. Joseph and the other elders organized an expedition to check it out, and Sarah insisted on accompanying them. Tommy, overcoming his earlier hesitation, also offered to go. At dawn, the small group set off towards the hills. The air was fresh and clean after the rains, and the rising sun painted the sky in vibrant colors. As they walked, Joseph shared Stories about how his ancestors lived in harmony with the buffalo. Every part of the buffalo had a sacred purpose, he explained, not just for food, but for tools, clothing, shelter. They taught us about not wasting, about respecting life in all its forms. After a few hours of walking, David the Swift horse signaled for the group to stop. In the valley below, grazing peacefully, was a small herd of buffalo. Sarah felt her heart race. The scene was just like in her dreams. "Look," whispered Tommy, pointing to something moving among the animals. A young buffalo, its pure white coat shining in the morning sun, stood out from the rest of the herd. The silence that followed was deep and reverent. Joseph lit the sacred pipe, blowing smoke in all four directions. "It's no coincidence," he said softly. "The signs are coming together." Back at the reserve, the news of the buffalo, and especially the white buffalo, caused quite a stir. Martha called an emergency meeting of the tribal council, but this time the tone was different. Instead of discussing the mining company's proposal, the conversation centered on how to protect the land where the buffalo had returned. "We can't ignore the significance of this," she declared, surprising everyone with her change of position. "Maybe it's time to reconsider our priorities." The young people in the study group began organizing story-sharing sessions with the younger children in the community. Sarah watched with pride as Tommy, once so resistant to traditions, enthusiastically taught them about the meanings of sacred symbols. Lisa brought her grandmother to one of the meetings, a lady who had rarely left the house since the death of her son. The old woman cried when she saw the young people so interested in the ancient traditions. "It's as if the circle is closing," she said, her trembling hands holding Lisa's. One day, while Sarah was helping her grandfather prepare medicinal herbs, he shared something he had kept for a long time. "Your grandmother had a vision before she left," he revealed. "She saw young people gathered in a circle, bringing new life to old forms. She saw a girl, you, Sarah, serving as a bridge between the worlds." The revelation touched Sarah deeply. Her recent dreams had become clearer, showing not just the buffalo, but scenes of healing and renewal for her community. She shared these visions with the youth group, and together they began to plan concrete actions to help the reserve. They started a community garden project using traditional cultivation methods that Joseph and other elders had taught them. Tommy surprised everyone by using his knowledge of technology to document the ancient techniques, creating a digital archive of oral traditions with the permission of the elders. The presence of the buffalo in the hills attracted the attention of the media and conservation groups. Reporters started showing up at the reserve, interested in the story of the return of the sacred animals. Sarah and her friends saw this as an opportunity to share their culture in a respectful and authentic way. "It's not just about the buffalo coming back," Sarah explained to a journalist. "It's about remembering who we are and finding a way to live in harmony with the land again." The mining company tried one last time to influence the community's decision by offering an even larger sum. But something had fundamentally changed in Pine Ridge. The tribal council, with the unanimous support of the community, definitively rejected the proposal. "Our wealth is not in what we can extract from the land," Martha declared during the vote, "but in how we can live in balance with it, as we were taught." One evening, as the group of young people gathered around a campfire, sharing stories and dreams, Sarah realized that something bigger was happening. It wasn't just about preserving the past, but about creating a future that honored both ancient traditions and the needs of the present. White Buffalo Calf Woman taught us that renewal comes through connection. She told the group, maybe that's what we're experiencing now. Not just the return of something old, but the birth of something new. The white buffalo continued to be seen in the hills as a constant reminder of the sacred presence that guided their people. And with each passing day, more signs of renewal appeared on Pine Ridge, not only in the land that was once again flourishing, but in the hearts and minds of its people, who were rediscovering their ancestral strength and wisdom. The transformation of Pine Ridge continued in a subtle but profound way. The community gardens flourished under the dedicated care of young people and elders working side by side. Sarah noticed how the project had become more than just growing food. It was a living symbol of the renewal her community was experiencing. Tommy, who once mocked traditions, now led workshops on green technology, combining ancestral knowledge with modern sustainable solutions. His project to digitally document oral histories had grown, attracting interest from other reserves and even universities. It's amazing how much everything has changed, Lisa commented as she helped Sarah harvest medicinal herbs. Remember when we thought we had to choose between being modern or traditional? Now I see that we can be both. The herd of buffalo in the hills had become permanently established, and the white buffalo continued to be seen regularly as a silent guardian of the land. Researchers who came to study the phenomenon were intrigued not only by the unlikely return of the animals, but also by the ecological revitalization that accompanied them. Joseph began organizing regular walks with the young people to a safe observation point where they could see the buffalo and learn about their cultural and ecological importance. Each buffalo is like a prayer in motion, he explained. Their feet work the earth, their mouths spread seeds, their dung nourishes the soil. They teach us about the sacred cycle of life. News of Pine Ridge's transformation began to spread. Other indigenous communities sent representatives to learn about how the reservation had managed to balance tradition and progress. Sarah and her friends often found themselves sharing their experiences with curious visitors. Martha, who had previously fiercely defended modernization at any cost, became one of the most vocal advocates of the community's new path. She worked tirelessly to establish partnerships with environmental conservation and sustainable development organizations. I realized I was looking for solutions in the wrong places, she confessed during a council meeting. The real strength has always been here, in our own wisdom. One day, while Sarah was walking alone through the now green prairies, she found familiar footprints, the same mysterious marks that had appeared months before. Following them, she came to a small clearing where a white buffalo grazed serenely. For a moment, their eyes met, and Sarah felt a deep connection with something greater than herself. That evening, during a special ceremony, David Swifthorse shared a new vision. I saw our young people leading the way for other communities, he said, his voice charged with emotion. What's happening here is just the beginning. The youth study group had grown into a larger movement. They began organizing cultural festivals that attracted people from all over, celebrating not only Lakota traditions, but also finding ways to apply them to contemporary challenges. It's like White Buffalo Calf Woman is showing us a new way, Sarah reflected during one of these celebrations. Not just to go back to the past, but to create a future that honors all aspects of who we are. The community began to thrive in unexpected ways. Traditional knowledge about medicinal plants, combined with sustainable cultivation practices, led to the development of an herbal cooperative that generated income for families. The young people found ways to use technology to preserve and share ancestral knowledge, creating bridges between worlds that had previously seemed irreconcilable. Tommy, who had become one of the most dedicated scholars of the traditions, often said, "My grandmother was right about the choice we had to make, but it wasn't between money and tradition. It was between remaining divided or finding our own way of healing." The changes at Pine Ridge have not gone unnoticed by the outside world. Journalists, researchers, and environmental activists began visiting the reserve, interested in learning how a community had managed to turn a crisis into an opportunity for renewal. Sarah, now recognized as a young leader in her community, often found herself explaining to visitors that the real miracle was not in the extraordinary events that had occurred, but in the way people had chosen to respond to them. White Buffalo Calf Woman taught us that everything is connected, she said. When we remember this, we begin to see that the healing of our land, our community, and ourselves are all parts of the same journey. The white buffalo continued to appear in the hills, no longer as an omen of change, but as a constant reminder of the path they had chosen. The children of the reserve grew up hearing not only the old stories, but also witnessing how these stories were given new life through the actions of their community. One quiet afternoon, as Sarah and her grandfather watched the sun set over the revitalized prairies, Joseph smiled with satisfaction. White Buffalo Calf Woman promised to return in times of need, he said. Perhaps her return was not a single event, but something that happens whenever we choose to remember who we really are. Sarah nodded, finally understanding the true meaning of her dreams and visions. The renewal that White Buffalo Calf Woman had prophesied was not just a return to the past, but an awakening to a new way of being, one that honored the old traditions while embracing the possibilities of the present. The prairies of Pine Ridge continued to flourish, and with them, the hope of a future where old wisdoms and new ways could coexist in harmony. The Lakota people had rediscovered their strength not only in the stories of the past, but in the courage to create their own history, one chapter at a time. In the vastness of the imperial sky, where golden clouds danced to the eternal winds and jade palaces floated like crystallized dreams, lived Jinu, the celestial weaver. Her deft fingers wove the most beautiful brocades in the cosmos, creating the colors of dawn and dusk that adorned the mortal world below. As the daughter of the mighty celestial emperor, her life was governed by duties and traditions as old as the stars themselves. Every morning, Jinu sat at her magic loom near the banks of the celestial river, her delicate hands moving with supernatural grace as she transformed threads of light into fabrics worthy of the gods. Her long black hair cascaded like silk over her shoulders, and her eyes, as deep as the starry night, often wandered beyond the celestial horizon, dreaming of something that even she could not define. The celestial emperor, her father, ruled the divine realm with absolute authority. His word was law for immortals and mortals alike, and his temper was as unpredictable as the storms he sometimes sent to earth. Although he loved his daughter deeply, his preoccupation with the celestial order and traditions often overrode any paternal feelings. Far below the celestial palace, on the green plains of the mortal world, lived Niulang, the cattleman. His simple life consisted of tending his flock, watching the stars, and dreaming of something greater than his earthly existence. Orphaned at a young age, his only companion was an old, magical ox, who, unknown to many, was actually an ancient immortal who had chosen to live among mortals. The ox, who answered to the name of the wise old man, had eyes that shone with ancient knowledge and a gentle voice that only Niulang could hear. There are more mysteries between heaven and earth than mortals realize, the wise old man used to say, watching his young friend gaze at the stars on clear nights. It was during one of these nights that fate began to weave its own patterns. She knew, tired of the monotony of her celestial existence, decided to do something she had never dared before. She knew of a secret passage, a small portal between the realms that her long-dead mother had shown her. Sometimes, his mother had said, you have to lose yourself to find yourself. With his heart beating hard against his immortal chest, Jinu stepped through the portal, descending into the mortal world on a full moon night. The air was different down there, denser, richer in scents than he had ever experienced. The grass beneath his bare feet had a unique texture, and the wind that caressed his face seemed to sing completely new melodies. That same night, Niulang was herding his flock near a crystal-clear lake where the stars were reflected like liquid jewels. The wise old man, more restless than usual, had insisted that they take the animals to that particular spot, even though it was further away than their usual pastures. It was then that their eyes met for the first time. Jinu, enchanted by the sensation of the earthy water on her feet, and Niulang, momentarily paralyzed by the sight of the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. Time seemed to freeze. The stars shone more brightly, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Who are you? Asked Niulang, his voice little more than a whisper, fearful of breaking the magic of the moment. Jinu, who had never felt his heart beat like that, answered truthfully, I'm just someone looking for something different. The old sage watched from a distance, his ancient eyes shining with a mixture of joy and concern. He knew better than anyone that love between immortals and mortals had been forbidden since the beginning of time. But he also knew that some feelings are stronger than any law, be it divine or earthly. In the days that followed, Jinu continued to descend into the mortal world, meeting Niulang secretly by the lake. Each meeting was a new discovery. He taught her about wildflowers and birdsong, while she told him about the constellations and the secrets of the stars. The love between them grew like a rare flower, nurtured by the purity of their hearts and the strength of their feelings. But with every encounter, every smile exchanged, and every gentle touch, danger also grew. In the heavenly palace, Jinu's occasional absence began to be noticed, and whispers began to spread among the immortals. The celestial emperor, ever vigilant, noticed subtle changes in his daughter. Her work on the loom, once perfect, occasionally showed small imperfections, as if her thoughts were far away. Her eyes, once contemplative, now shone with a different light, a joy he didn't understand. And so, as love blossomed on earth, dark clouds began to form in the sky. The wise old man, in his nightly conversations with Niulang, tried to prepare him for the inevitable. True love, my young friend, often requires greater sacrifices than we can imagine. But for the young lovers, absorbed in their newfound happiness, danger seemed as distant and hazy as stars on a clear morning. They lived each moment as if it were eternal, unaware that their days of happiness were numbered and that they would soon face a storm that would change not only their lives, but the starry sky itself. The encounters between Xinu and Niulang continued, becoming more frequent and deeper. The wise old man, observing the love growing between them, decided it was time to reveal his true purpose. One particularly starry night, he called Niulang in for a chat. "My young friend," said the magical ox, his voice laden with ancient wisdom, "there is something I need to tell you about your beloved. Xinu is no mere mortal. She is the celestial weaver, daughter of the Emperor of Heaven himself." Niulang felt her heart skip a beat. Suddenly, many things made sense. Jinu's supernatural grace, her knowledge of the stars, the eternal sparkle in her eyes. But instead of fear or hesitation, his love only grew stronger. "What should I do?" he asked the wise old man. "True love knows no barriers," replied the ox. "If your heart is pure and your intention is true, there is a way. I can help you, but you must be prepared for the consequences." That same evening, when Xinu came downstairs for their usual meeting, Niulang gently confronted her with the truth she had just discovered. To her surprise, tears of relief streamed down her face. "I wanted to tell you," she said, "but I was afraid that knowing my true nature would change your feelings." "Nothing could change how I feel about you," Niulang replied, taking her hands in his. The wise old man then revealed his plan. Using his ancient magic, he could create a temporary path to the heavenly realm, allowing Niulang to ascend to the heavens. There they could marry in secret, uniting their destinies. Before any interference could separate them, the ceremony was simple but deeply meaningful. Under the glow of 1,000 stars, Xinu and Niulang exchanged vows of eternal love. The wise old man, serving as witness and officiant, blessed their union with ancient and powerful words. For a while, they managed to keep their marriage a secret. Xinu continued his duties at the celestial loom, but now his creations were even more beautiful, inspired by the love that filled his heart. Niulang, with the help of the old sage's magic, could visit her in her heavenly chambers when the shadows were deepest. But secrets have a peculiar way of revealing themselves, especially in the realm of the immortals. One morning, one of the heavenly servants noticed a thread of golden straw attached to Xenu's robes. a reminder of the nights spent in the earthly fields with Niulang. The whispers began to spread through the heavenly palace like a breeze through the clouds. Soon, rumors reached the celestial emperor's ears about his daughter and a mortal. His fury was immediate and terrible. The sky darkened with storm clouds, and lightning cut through the firmament. The emperor summoned Jinu into his presence, his eyes blazing with divine power and restrained rage. "Is it true?" he thundered. "Have you, my daughter, heir to the heavenly loom, defiled yourself with the love of a mortal?" Jinu, though trembling, stood firm. Years of love had given her a strength that not even she knew she possessed. "Yes, father, and I have no regrets. The love we share is pure and true." The emperor's fury exploded like a supernova. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his heavenly guards. "Bring me this mortal who dared to seduce my daughter." Niulang, who was on earth tending his flock, sensed the change in the air. The wise old man, sensing the imminent danger, quickly warned him, "They are coming. You must run." But Niulang refused. "I can't abandon her. If I must face heaven's fury, so be it." The heavenly guards descended like comets, their golden armor gleaming under the turbulent sun. Niulang was taken by force to the heavenly palace, where the emperor awaited him on his throne of jade and starlight. The trial was swift and ruthless. The emperor, blinded by rage and wounded pride, pronounced his sentence. "You have dared to defy heavenly laws. Love between mortals and immortals has been forbidden since the beginning of time. As punishment, you will be separated forever." With a flick of his golden scepter, the emperor created a vast river of stars between the lovers, the Milky Way, an impassable barrier of light and cosmic energy. Jinu was imprisoned on one side, condemned to weave eternally, while Niulang was banished to the other side, transformed into a lonely star. The wise old man, watching all this from Earth, felt his ancient heart breaking. He knew that true love could not be completely destroyed, not even by the decree of a god. In his last moments before disappearing, he left a final gift. His words of power spread across the universe, touching the hearts of all the horrors in the world. The lovers' separation was felt in all the kingdoms. On earth, the flowers wilted with sadness, and in the sky, the stars lost some of their brilliance. Jinu wept as she wove, her tears turning to rain in the mortal world. And Niulang, now a distant star, shone with a melancholy light that spoke of love and loss. But even in the deepest darkness, a glimmer of hope persisted. Their love had touched the hearts of many, and although separated by a river of stars, their hearts remained united by bonds stronger than any divine decree. It was then that something extraordinary began to happen. The magpies, those black and white feathered birds, began to gather in ever greater numbers, moved by the ancient magic of the old sage, and touched by the depth of love between Jinu and Niulang. They began to form a pattern in the sky. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, when the lovers' sadness seemed deeper than the cosmos itself, the magpies took flight towards the heavenly river. Thousands of them, their wings shining under the starlight, began to position themselves side by side, forming a bridge over the Milky Way. The celestial emperor, observing this phenomenon from his throne, felt his resolve waver for the first time. The show of compassion from the simple terrestrial birds made him question the harshness of his own sentence. In his heart, a seed of regret began to sprout. Jinu, on his side of the starry river, saw the magpies approaching and felt his heart speed up. On the other side, Niulang, whose starry form still held the consciousness of his love, shone with renewed hope. The bridge of feathers and dedication was almost complete. The other heavenly deities, moved by the demonstration of true love and the compassionate intervention of the magpies, began to intercede with the emperor. The Queen Mother of the West, one of the oldest and most respected deities, approached the celestial throne. Great Emperor, she spoke in her melodious voice, observe how even the simplest creatures recognize the purity of this love. Perhaps we can find a middle ground between justice and compassion. The Emperor, on his jade throne, gazed longingly at the spectacle before his eyes. The magpies, tireless in their mission, continued to form the bridge, their wings touching in perfect harmony. It was then that he pronounced his new sentence. Let these lovers be allowed to meet once a year on this very day when the magpies form their bridge. This will be an eternal reminder of the power of true love and the consequences of defying heavenly laws. The news spread quickly throughout the kingdoms. On earth, mortals began to observe this day with special reverence, marking the beginning of what would come to be known as the Chixi Festival. In heaven, the other deities celebrated this small victory of love over the rigidity of traditions. Jinu and Niulang, even though they knew their meetings would be brief and spaced out, felt a new hope blossom. The certainty that they could see each other again, even if only once a year, brought a new glow to their existence. The magpies, proud of their role in this love story, took on their mission with sacred dedication every year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. They come together to form the bridge that allows the heavenly lovers to meet again. This story has been told from generation to generation, inspiring countless poets, artists, and lovers over the centuries. The Chixi Festival has become a celebration not only of the love between Jinu and Niulang, but of all loves that face obstacles and persevere. On clear moonlit nights, when the stars shine especially brightly, it is said that Jinu and Niulang can be seen on opposite sides of the Milky Way, their love eternalized in the firmament, their stories intertwine with the constellations, reminding everyone who looks up at the sky that true love can overcome even the most impossible barriers. The wise old man, although no longer present in physical form, lives on through the magic he bestowed on the magpies, and in the wisdom his words still carry. True love knows no bounds, whether in heaven or on earth. Mortals began to develop their own traditions around this story. Young women began to make offerings to Jinu, asking for skill in crafts and luck in love. Couples in love choose this date to make promises of eternal love, inspired by the unwavering devotion of the heavenly lovers. Each annual meeting of Jinu and Niulang has become a cosmic celebration. The stars seem to shine brighter, the flowers bloom more vigorously, and even the wind seems to carry melodies of love in its currents. The story of their forbidden love and the compassion of the magpies has spread beyond China's borders, touching hearts in distant lands. In each place where the story is told, it takes on new meanings and interpretations, but its essence remains the same, the transformative power of true love. And so, every year, as the 7th lunar month approaches, eyes turn to the sky in anticipation. The magpies prepare for their sacred mission, and eternal lovers await their brief moment of reunion, an eternal reminder that not even the strictest laws of heaven can prevent two hearts truly in love from finding their way to each other. The celebration of the Kichi festival has grown over the centuries to become one of the most eagerly awaited events in both the heavenly realm and the mortal world. As the magpies continued their annual sacred mission, something unexpected began to happen in the fabric of the universe itself. During one of Jinu and Yulong's annual meetings, a small crack appeared in the barrier separating the heavenly realm from the mortal world. It was almost imperceptible at first, but with each meeting of the lovers, it grew subtly, fueled by the strength of their immortal love. The celestial emperor, ever vigilant, noticed this change in the cosmic balance. He consulted the ancient oracles and discovered a disturbing truth. The love between his daughter and the mortal had become so powerful that it was altering the very laws that governed the kingdoms. In the depths of the heavenly palace, the emperor convened an extraordinary council with the most ancient deities. The Queen Mother of the West, who had previously interceded for the lovers, was present, along with the jade dragon and other immortal beings of great power. Their love is defying the natural order, declared the emperor, his voice echoing through the jade halls. The barrier between the realms is weakening. If it continues, the balance between heaven and earth could be upset irreparably. The Queen Mother of the West, with her ancient wisdom, observed, "Perhaps it's not their love that threatens the balance, but our resistance to it. The universe always finds a way to harmonize." While the immortals debated on Earth, mortals began to notice subtle changes. The stars seemed to dance differently in the sky, and some people reported glimpses of celestial figures on particularly clear nights. The veil between the worlds was indeed becoming thinner. The spirit of the wise old man, although long since dissolved in the cosmos, manifested its presence through signs and omens. Flowers bloomed out of season, and the magpies began to exhibit unusual behavior, gathering in groups, even outside the Kixi festival. On her side of the Milky Way, Jinu realized that her fabrics began to carry even more powerful mystical properties. When she wove with Niulang in mind, the brocades took on a life of their own, telling stories of eternal love through patterns that moved like living constellations. Niulang, in her starry form, was also experiencing changes. His glow intensified, and he found that he could communicate with the stars around him, which began to move in patterns that reflected his feelings for Jinu. The jade dragon, after long moments of contemplation, offered a unique perspective. Their love isn't destroying the balance, it's creating a new kind of harmony. Observe how the stars respond to their presence, how nature itself adapts to accommodate their love. This revelation provoked murmurs among the assembled deities. some began to question whether the ancient laws that separated mortals and immortals were truly immutable, or whether they had arisen from long forgotten fears and prejudices. In a surprising move, some of the minor deities began to actively intercede for the lovers. They argued that Jinu and Niulang's love had become a positive force in the universe, inspiring not only mortals but also heavenly beings themselves to contemplate the nature of true love. The magpies, sensing these cosmic changes, began to develop new abilities. Some of them could now fly higher than ever, almost touching the stars, while others developed a soft glow to their feathers, as if they had absorbed some of the heavenly light. The Kixi festival has also evolved. What was once just a day of hope and reunion became a celebration lasting several days, with elaborate rituals both on earth and in heaven. Mortals created new traditions, and their prayers and offerings began to carry a power of their own. A young priestess on earth, particularly sensitive to heavenly energies, began to receive visions of the true meaning behind Xinu and Niulang's story. She understood that their love was not just a story of forbidden romance, but a symbol of the union between the divine and the earthly, between the eternal and the temporal. Her interpretations spread, finding an echo in the hearts of many. People began to see the Qixi festival not just as a celebration of romantic love, but as a moment to reflect on the deep connections that bind all beings, mortal and immortal. The celestial emperor, observing all these changes, found himself in an ever deeper dilemma. His concern for the cosmic balance remained, but he couldn't ignore the positive transformations that his daughter's love had triggered. In his moments of solitude, he allowed himself to remember the love he had felt for Jinu's mother so long ago. He remembered how she too had defied convention, and how her loss had hardened him, making him cling even more rigidly to the old laws. The changes in the fabric of the universe continued, subtle but undeniable. The rift between the realms was not a threat, as initially feared, but a possibility for transformation. It was as if the cosmos itself was adapting to create a new kind of balance, one that could accommodate the transformative power of true love. One day, while the celestial emperor was contemplating the events of the last few centuries on his jaded throne, a revelation struck him like a ray of divine light. The words of the Queen Mother of the West and the jade dragon echoed in his mind, along with the memories of his own lost love. He realized that the time had come for a fundamental change. So, he convened a great council, bringing together not only the heavenly deities, but also representatives of the mortal world, including the young priestess, whose interpretations had touched so many hearts. It was the first time in history that mortals had been invited to take part in a celestial assembly. For eons, began the emperor, his voice resonating through the realms, we have held the barriers between heaven and earth as something sacred and immutable. But the love of my daughter and Niulang has shown us that perhaps we were mistaken. The universe isn't deteriorating, it's evolving. The priestess, trembling at the magnitude of the moment, found the courage to speak. Great Emperor, in my visions, I see that true love is like water. It always finds a way, no matter the obstacles. Perhaps it's time to flow with it instead of trying to contain it. The deities murmured in agreement, and even the stars seemed to twinkle more brightly. The jade dragon spoke up. The changes we are witnessing are not a threat to the cosmic order, but rather its natural evolution. Xinu and Niulang's love is teaching us a new form of harmony. It was then that the celestial emperor made an unprecedented decision. With a wave of his golden scepter, he began to reshape the very structure of the cosmos. The Milky Way, which had served as a barrier for so long, began to transform. The stars danced and rearranged themselves, creating new paths and connections between the realms. From now on, declared the emperor, Xinu and Niulang will be able to meet not just once a year, but whenever the moon is full. What's more, their love will serve as a permanent bridge between our worlds, allowing other true loves to find their way too. The news spread quickly through all the kingdoms. On Earth, flowers bloomed out of season, and magpies performed a celestial dance of joy. In the sky, the stars shone with an intensity never seen before, as if celebrating this new era of possibilities. Xinu and Niulang were summoned to the emperor's presence. When they met again in the heavenly halls, their love radiated a light so pure that even the most ancient deities were moved. The emperor, looking at his daughter, saw not only the celestial weaver, but also the reflection of the love he had once felt. You have changed not only your destinies, he said, but the destiny of all the kingdoms. Your love has shown us that the barriers we create are often just illusions, born of fear. As part of this new order, the emperor granted Niulang immortal status, not as a concession to tradition, but in recognition of the transformative power of her love. The magpies, who had served as a temporary bridge for so long, were honored as eternal guardians of this new connection between the worlds. The Qixi festival was transformed into an even more significant celebration. Now, it was not just a commemoration of the love between Xinu and Niulang, but a reminder of true love's ability to transcend all barriers, whether heavenly or earthly. The young priestess was appointed as the first of a new order of intermediaries between the realms, charged with preserving and passing on the wisdom of this new harmony. Her visions and interpretations were recorded in sacred texts, which were studied by mortals and immortals alike. The spirit of the wise old man, who had planted the first seeds of this transformation, manifested one last time in a soft glow that enveloped everyone present. His ancient wisdom had found its fullest expression in the union of the realms he had once helped to bring together. The changes in the cosmos continued to unfold in subtle and profound ways. The crack that had once worried the emperor revealed itself as the first sign of a necessary transformation, not a rupture, but an opening to new possibilities. Xinu continued to weave in the sky, but now his fabrics told stories not just of love, but of transformation and renewal. Niulang, although now immortal, retained her connection to the simplicity and beauty of the mortal world, serving as a living bridge between the realms. The story of their love became more than a legend. It became a living symbol of hope and possibility, reminding everyone that true love has the power not only to unite hearts, but to transform the very fabric of the universe. And so, on full moon nights, when the stars shine especially brightly and magpies fly higher than usual, you can see two points of light dancing together in the sky, Jinu and Niulang, eternally united, their hearts beating in harmony with the pulse of the cosmos, reminding all who observe that love, in its purest form, is the most powerful force in all realms. The sea breeze whipped Sarah Mackenzie's face as she carefully walked over the famous hexagonal formations of the Giant's Causeway. The gray sky over Northern Ireland felt heavier that morning, as if it held secrets she was about to discover. As a geologist at the Dublin Institute for Advanced Study, Sarah had visited this site dozens of times. But something was different today. At age 35, his academic reputation was impeccable. A specialist in ancient volcanic formations, she had dedicated the last 5 years studying the peculiarities of this coast. Her brown hair, always tied up in a messy bun, danced in the wind as she bent down to take a closer look at one of the basalt columns. "Dr. Mackenzie, we found something interesting here," shouted Sean O'Connor, her research assistant, waving frantically from a lower area of the formation. Sean was a 25-year-old, recent graduate with an infectious enthusiasm for geology that often made Sarah smile. As she approached the location indicated by Sean, Sarah felt a sudden dizziness. The world around him began to spin, and for a brief moment he swore he saw the stones glow with a bluish hue. He shook his head, attributing the feeling to tiredness from the last few weeks of intense work. "What did you find?" he asked, regaining his balance and approaching Sean, who was crouched on one of the hexagonal columns. "Look at these markings, Dr. Mackenzie. They don't look like anything we've seen before," he replied, pointing to small symbols etched into the rock, barely noticeable to the naked eye. Sarah knelt beside him, taking a small magnifying glass from her equipment. The symbols were unlike anything he had ever seen in his years of research. They were not the typical erosion marks or natural fractures in the rock. They seemed deliberate. "That's impossible," she muttered, more to herself than to Sean. "These formations are around 60 million years old. Any markings made by humans?" His voice was interrupted by another wave of dizziness, stronger than the last. This time, when he opened his eyes, the world around him had changed. The gray sky had given way to a spectacle of vibrant colors, and the stones beneath her feet pulsed with a light of their own. For a moment, he saw humanoid figures moving between the columns, their translucent forms leaving trails of light in the air. "Dr. Mackenzie, is everything okay?" Sean's worried voice brought her back to reality. Yes, just a moment of dizziness," she replied, trying to maintain her composure. But he knew he had experienced something more than just dizziness. That night, in her small temporary apartment in Bushmills, Sarah couldn't sleep. Images of luminous figures danced in her mind, and mysterious symbols seemed to call to her. On his work desk, dozens of photos of the markings were spread out, along with notes and sketches. The phone rang, startling her. It was Dr. James Morrison, his mentor and director of the Institute. Sarah We need to talk about your latest reports. His voice sounded strained. Some council members are concerned about your recent theories. James, I know this may seem absurd, but there is something more here. Something we cannot explain with our current understanding of geology, she replied, running her fingers over one of the photographs. Be careful, Sarah. Your reputation. To hell with my reputation, she interrupted, surprising herself with the vehemence of her response. Sorry, James, but this is bigger than academic careers. Something's going on here, and I need to find out what it is. After hanging up the phone, Sarah turned her attention to her notes. As he studied the symbols, he began to notice patterns. They weren't just random markings. There was a sequence, an underlying logic that escaped his understanding. Distant thunder made her look out the window. A storm was approaching the coast, but there was something strange about the cloud pattern. They seemed to move unnaturally, converging on the Giant's Causeway. Her phone buzzed with a message from Sean. Dr. Mackenzie, you need to check this out. Instruments are recording abnormal seismic activity in the area. Sarah grabbed her jacket and gear, knowing she couldn't ignore the signs. As he drove along the coastal road toward the Giant's Causeway, the words of an old professor echoed in his mind. Sometimes the greatest scientific discovery comes from being willing to question everything we think we know. The rain was starting to fall when she parked her car. Sean was already there, protected by a raincoat, his instruments picking up incomprehensible readings. The seismic patterns? I've never seen anything like it, he shouted over the noise of wind and waves. Sarah looked up at the ancient basalt columns, now shining in the rain like silent sentinels of an ancient secret. He was absolutely certain that he was on the verge of a discovery that would change not only his understanding of geology, but possibly the history of humanity itself. Sean, she called, her voice steady despite the intensifying storm. I think these rocks aren't just volcanic formations. They're a message, and someone or something is trying to make us understand. A flash of lightning lit up the sky, and for an instant, Sarah saw the luminous figures again, this time more clearly. These were not hallucinations or tricks of light. They were memories imprinted in the rock itself, echoes of a past that refused to stay buried. The storm was growing, but Sarah and Sean remained there, on the threshold of a discovery that promised to challenge everything modern science believed it knew about the history of Earth and humanity. And as the night wore on, the ancient stones of the Giant's Causeway began to reveal their secrets, one by one, to those who dared to listen to their story. The storm continued to lash the coast as Sarah and Sean took shelter in a small cave nearby. The measuring instruments continued to give erratic readings, and the bluish glow of the rock formations grew more intense by the minute. Dr. Mackenzie, look at this. Sean pointed to his tablet, where seismic graphs danced in never-before-seen patterns. It's like the rocks are pulsing. Sarah approached the monitor, her sharp eyes catching something familiar in the patterns. Sean, do you realize? These seismic spikes, they follow the same sequence as the symbols we find on the rocks. At that moment, another flash of vertigo hit her, stronger than the previous ones. The world around her faded away, and she found herself transported to an impossible time. The landscape was the same, but different. The sky glowed in shades of green and purple, and the hexagonal columns emanated their own pulsating light. Tall, slender figures moved among the rock formations, their translucent hands touching the stones reverently. Sarah watched, transfixed, as they carved the symbols into the rocks using instruments that seemed to be made of pure light. Their coordinates, she murmured as she came back to reality, finding Sean holding her arm with concern. The symbols, the vibrations, it's all part of an alert system. Ignoring the rain, Sarah ran back to the rock formations, her heart pounding. With trembling fingers, he began to trace the patterns of symbols in his now soaked notebook. "We need more data," she shouted at Sean. "Photograph all the symbols you can find. We need to map this out before." A sudden tremor shook the ground, causing them to stagger. The sea waves shook violently, hitting the rocks with increased force. "Dr. Mackenzie," Sean shouted, pointing to the horizon. A series of underwater lights pulsed in the depths of the ocean, following the same rhythmic pattern as the symbols on the rocks. Sarah felt her cell phone vibrate. It was an urgent message from the Institute. Reports of abnormal seismic activity were emerging at specific points along the Irish coast, all connected by an invisible line running through the Giant's Causeway. "It's no coincidence," she muttered, her hands shaking as she entered coordinates into her GPS. The ancients, they knew this would happen. They left warnings. Sean approached, protecting his gear from the rain. What kind of civilization could have had this kind of knowledge millions of years ago? "One that knew we'd need it now," Sarah replied, her mind working frantically to connect the puzzle pieces. As they worked through the night, more visions began to assault Sarah. Each touch of the stones brought flashes of memories that were not his own. Ancient knowledge pouring into his consciousness like water from a broken dam. It's a cycle, she suddenly realized. Something that happens every several tens of millions of years. They predicted it. Predicted everything. Sean looked at her with a mixture of concern and fascination. "Who are they, Dr. Mackenzie?" "I don't know yet," she admitted, "but I think we're about to find out. These formations aren't just rocks. They're part of a technology we can barely understand." A new tremor shook the area, stronger than the previous one. From the ocean, a deep, reverberating sound echoed, like the groan of a primordial creature awakening from an age-old slumber. "We need to alert the authorities," Sean suggested. But Sarah shook her head. "Not yet. Not until we fully understand what we're dealing with. If we warn people now, it could cause unnecessary panic." As the night wore on, Sarah and Sean continued their frantic work, documenting every symbol, every pattern. The rain eased to a fine drizzle, but the blue glow of the rocks remained, pulsing like an ancient heart beating beneath the Earth's surface. On the horizon, the first lights of dawn began to appear, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Sarah looked down at her notes, now covering several pages of her notebook. Patterns were beginning to emerge. Not just warnings, but instructions. "Sean," she called, her voice thick with urgency. "I think I know what we need to do, but it's going to require us to break pretty much every scientific protocol we know." The young assistant nodded, his expression determined. "After what we saw tonight, Dr. Mackenzie, I think traditional scientific protocols no longer apply." Sarah smiled briefly, grateful for her assistant's trust. Together, they began organizing their data, preparing for what came next. Whatever that ancient civilization had tried to communicate, it was clear that time was running out to decipher its message. A new day was dawning on the Giant's Causeway, but for Sarah and Sean, it was just the beginning of a journey that promised to challenge everything they believed they knew about Earth's history and humanity's place on it. As the sun rose, Sarah and Sean quickly organized their equipment and data collected during the stormy night. The blue glow of the rocks had dimmed, but it still pulsed subtly, like a distant echo of the night's events. "We need to get back to the lab in Dublin," Sarah declared, putting her sodden notebook away in a waterproof folder. "There's equipment there that can help us analyze these patterns more accurately." During the car ride, Sarah couldn't stop thinking about the visions, the luminous figures, the symbols. Everything seemed to connect to something much bigger than she had initially imagined. Sean drove in silence, occasionally casting worried glances at his mentor. Arriving at the institute, they found Dr. Morrison waiting for them at the entrance to the laboratory. His face showed a mixture of concern and irritation. "Sarah, the council is demanding explanations about the seismic reports," he said, following them inside, "and there are calls from other scientific institutions around the world. Similar events are being recorded in the different locations." "In which locations exactly?" Sarah asked, already connecting her tablet to the laboratory's computers. "Devil's Causeway in Northern Ireland, Giant's Causeway in Scotland, and similar basalt formations in Iceland," Morrison replied, watching as Sean downloaded photographs of the symbols. Sarah quickly opened a digital map and began marking the points. "It's no coincidence," he murmured. "They form a pattern, just like the symbols on rocks." Working frantically, Sarah and Sean began processing the data collected overnight. Seismic readings, when superimposed on photographs of the symbols, revealed an undeniable correlation. "Dr. Morrison," Sarah called, her voice shaking slightly. "Remember that theory about tectonic pressure points I presented last year? The one that was dismissed as too speculative?" Morrison nodded, approaching the data screens. "Well, it seems those ancients, whoever they were, came to the same conclusion. These locations are not geological accidents. They are specific points where the Earth's energy is concentrated, like acupuncture on a planetary scale," Sean suggested, earning surprised looks from the other two scientists. "Exactly," Sarah exclaimed. "And the symbols are instructions. Instructions on how to manage this energy to prevent a tremor stronger than the previous ones," interrupted his speech, making the laboratory equipment shake. Alerts began to sound on several monitors. "Seismic activity is increasing," Sean reported, his fingers flying over the keyboard. "And not just here. All the marked points are showing the same pattern of intensification." Sarah closed her eyes for a moment, letting the visions flow. This time, he saw it clearly. Beings of light manipulating enormous crystals buried beneath rock formations, channeling and redirecting energies that threaten to tear the planet apart. "We need access to deep penetration equipment," she declared, opening her eyes. "There's something buried beneath those formations, something that was left to help us." Morrison shook his head. "Sarah, are you suggesting that an ancient civilization left buried technology? That's impossible?" she added, just as it is impossible for volcanic rocks to pulse with their own light, or for symbols recorded millions of years ago to exactly match our current seismic data. The Institute director was silent, clearly struggling with his scientific convictions. "Look at this," Sean called, projecting a sequence of images onto the main screen. "Spectral analysis of formations during pulsation. There are energy patterns that do not match anything in our database." Sarah quickly began translating more symbols, her mind now attuned to the ancient knowledge that flowed through the visions. "We have less time than you thought," she murmured. "If we don't do something soon." "How long?" Morrison asked, his initial resistance giving way to the urgency of the situation. "From what I understand from the symbols and seismic readings, we have about 72 hours before the tectonic pressure reaches critical levels," Sarah replied, her voice deep. "And what happens after that?" Sean questioned, although his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Imagining an earthquake on a global scale," Sarah explained. "But not an ordinary earthquake. It would be as if all the pressure points on the planet released their energy simultaneously." Morrison took out his phone. "I'll call an emergency meeting with the council, and I'll make contact with other scientific institutions. If what you're saying is true." "It's true," Sarah interrupted, "and we're going to need more than just academic approval. We need immediate access to those specific locations and equipment." While Morrison made his calls, Sarah continued working on the symbols. Each new translation revealed more details about what needed to be done, but also raised more questions about the civilization that had left that legacy. "Who were they?" Sean asked in a low voice, as if reading her thoughts. "And why did they leave us this?" Sarah looked at her young assistant, a tired smile on her face. "Maybe they knew we would get to this point, that we would develop enough technology to understand their warnings, but not enough to prevent disaster on our own." A new tremor shook the building, stronger than the previous one. On the screens, seismic graphs showed increasingly intense spikes. "Whatever the reason," Sarah continued, "they gave us the tools to save our planet. Now, it's up to us to use them correctly." The sun was already high in the sky when Morrison returned with news. Teams were being mobilized in all affected locations, and emergency resources were being released. Sarah looked at her data, at the ancient symbols that had waited millions of years to be discovered, and felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Time was running out, and the fate of the planet depended on their ability to decipher and correctly implement the instructions left by a long-vanished civilization. With teams mobilized at all critical points, Sarah coordinated an international video conference with scientists from different institutions. The lab screens displayed tense faces of researchers from Scotland, Iceland, and other affected locations, all reporting similar phenomena in their respective rock formations. "The readings are identical at every point," Sarah explained, sharing her data. "The symbols show us that we need to time our actions precisely. Any error in the sequence can trigger what we are trying to prevent." While she spoke, Sean was working frantically on another terminal, processing the latest symbol translations. "Dr. Mackenzie," he called, his voice urgent, "I found something about the crystals you saw in the visions." Sarah quickly approached her assistant, observing the new discoveries. The symbols revealed details about enormous crystalline structures buried beneath each rock formation, functioning as an interconnected network of tectonic energy regulators. We need specific excavation equipment, she announced to the international group. But we can't use conventional methods. The symbols indicate that any excessive disturbance could destabilize the entire system. Dr. Morrison, who had spent the last few hours liaising with government officials, hurriedly entered the laboratory. Sarah, we have obtained emergency authorization. Military teams are on their way with the equipment we requested. A new tremor, stronger than the previous ones, shook the building. On the screens, scientists from other locations reported similar events occurring simultaneously. Time is running out, Sarah muttered, consulting her data. We have less than 48 hours now. She quickly organized the teams in each location, transmitting specific instructions translated from the ancient symbols. Each location would need to perform a precise sequence of actions to access and activate the regulatory crystals. Remember, she emphasized, these crystals were left as part of a planetary security system. We need to treat them with the same care as their creators. As the teams prepared, Sarah experienced another vision, clearer than the previous ones. This time, he saw how the ancients had installed the crystals, using a technology that seemed to fuse the organic with the mineral. They weren't just more technologically advanced, she realized. They understood the earth in a way that we are still trying to achieve. Sean, who had become her closest confidant on this extraordinary journey, watched his mentor with concern. The visions are getting more frequent, aren't they? Sarah nodded, massaging her temples. It's as if the closer we get to the critical moment, the stronger the connection becomes with what they left behind. The next few hours were a whirlwind of activity. Specialized excavation teams began work at each site, meticulously following translated instructions. Sarah coordinated the efforts, her mind divided between the present and the flashes of the past that continued to flood her consciousness. First contact at Giant's Causeway, announced one of the Scottish scientists. On the screen, live images showed a huge bluish crystal being carefully exposed. Seal the area, Sarah ordered. No conventional electronic equipment should be too close. The symbols indicate that crystals can react unpredictably with our technology. As more crystals were discovered in other locations, a pattern began to emerge. Each crystal pulsed in sync with the others, creating a network of energy that stretched beneath the Earth's surface. It's incredible, muttered Sean, analyzing the data flowing from all the excavation points. It's as if they created an artificial nervous system for the planet. Sarah nodded, her mind processing yet another vision. They understood that the Earth was not just a rock in space. It is a living, complex system, and sometimes it needs help to maintain its balance. An alarm sounded in the laboratory. Seismic readings were intensifying rapidly. All crystals need to be activated within the next 6 hours, Sarah announced to the teams. If we wait longer than that, the tectonic pressure will be too great to contain. Morrison, who had remained silent watching the events, finally spoke. How are we going to explain this to the world? An ancient civilization leaving behind crystalline technology to prevent geological catastrophes. The truth will have to be enough, Sarah replied, without taking her eyes off the monitors. The world is about to discover that we are not the first intelligent beings to call this planet home, and perhaps this will teach us a little humility. As night fell over Dublin, teams at each location prepared for the most critical phase of the operation. The crystals had been exposed and now needed to be activated in a specific sequence, following the instructions left in the ancient symbols. Sarah felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Millions of years of planning, a message spanning geological eras, all converging to this moment. In her visions, she could feel the presence of the ancients, as if they were watching, waiting to see if their heritage would be understood and used correctly. "We're ready," she announced to all the teams. "Let us begin the activation sequence. May the ancients guide us." The crystal activation sequence began simultaneously at all locations. Sarah watched the monitors closely as each team meticulously followed their instructions. The air in the laboratory was charged with tension. "Crystal at Giant's Causeway, responding," announced the Scottish team. A pulsating bluish light emanated from the crystalline structure, creating hypnotic patterns that reflected on the cave walls. One by one, other locations began reporting similar responses. Ancient crystals, dormant for millions of years, were slowly awakening to their original purpose. Sarah felt each activation through her visions, as if she were connected to the crystalline grid itself. "Seismic readings are starting to stabilize," Sean reported, his eyes fixed on the graphs dancing across his screen. "It's incredible. It's as if the crystals are literally absorbing excess tectonic energy." His sentence was interrupted by a violent tremor that shook the entire building. Alarms went off on all monitors simultaneously. "Something is wrong," shouted the Icelandic scientist via video conference. "The crystal here is emitting a different pattern." Sarah closed her eyes, letting the visions flow freely. Through them, he noticed the problem immediately. "The sequence is incorrect," she declared, her voice urgent. "The crystals need to be activated in perfect harmony, like an orchestra. A single instrument out of tune can ruin the entire symphony." Quickly, she began adjusting the activation parameters. Guided by both her scientific understanding and the visions of the ancients, the crystals responded, their light pulses gradually synchronizing. "It's like they're talking to each other," Sean muttered, fascinated by the data flowing into his terminal. A new tremor shook the building, but this time it was different. Instead of the previous violence, it was more like a rhythmic, almost musical vibration. Through cameras at each location, they could see the crystals pulsating in unison, creating a light show that seemed to dance across the ancient rock formations. "It's working," exclaimed Morrison, who had remained silent, watching everything in disbelief. "Seismic readings are normalizing at all points." Sarah, however, knew it wasn't finished yet. The visions showed another crucial step. "We need to establish a standard of maintenance," she explained. "The ancients did not create this system just for a single crisis. It is a permanent solution that will need constant monitoring." Over the next few hours, as the crystals continued their stabilization work, Sarah worked tirelessly with international teams to establish monitoring protocols. Each translated symbol revealed more details about how to keep the system running smoothly. "It's an incredible legacy," Sean commented, helping to organize the data. Not only did they save us from immediate disaster, they gave us the tools to prevent future problems. Sarah agreed, feeling a deep gratitude for the ancients. Through the visions, she had shared fragments of their lives, their knowledge, their hopes for Earth's future. They were not just a technologically advanced civilization. They were guardians, protectors of a planet they deeply understood. As the sun rose over the horizon, teams began establishing security perimeters around the exposed crystals. Scientists from around the world were already on their way to study this ancient technology, although Sarah knew it would take generations to truly understand its full potential. "What do we do now?" Morrison asked as they watched the stabilized data on the monitors. "We learned," Sarah replied simply. "We learned from those who came before us, not just about technology, but about responsibility, about being guardians, not conquerors." The last visions Sarah experienced were different from the previous ones. These were not memories of the past, but glimpses of future possibilities. He saw humanity growing in understanding and wisdom, learning to work in harmony with the Earth's natural systems, just as the ancients had done. "There will be a lot of questions," Sean commented as they organized their preliminary reports. "The scientific community, the media, governments, everyone will want explanations. And we will give them the truth," Sarah replied with a tired smile. "That we are not alone on our journey. That those who came before us left not just warnings, but hope. Hope that one day we can be as wise as they were." In the weeks that followed, as the world tried to process the magnitude of this discovery, Sarah continued her work. Crystals have become the subject of international study, and new protocols have been established for their monitoring and protection. The Giant's Causeway, along with the other sites, was declared a special preservation area. They were no longer just tourist attractions or geological curiosities, but silent witnesses to a history much older and deeper than anyone had imagined. And on the quiet nights, when Sarah returned to those ancient rock formations, she could still feel the presence of the ancient guardians. Their visions had diminished, but they left a permanent understanding, a knowledge that transcended conventional science and touched something much deeper about our connection to this planet we call home. The world had changed forever, but it was a change that carried with it a promise of a wiser, more conscious future. And as the stars shone over the ancient stones of the Giant's Causeway, Sarah knew this was not an end, but only the beginning of a new chapter in human history. Aurora gazed at the horizon with her golden eyes, her scarlet feathers gradually losing the shine that had once been as intense as the sun itself. From the top of her nest, built on the highest peak of the eternal mountains, she felt something was wrong. The heat that had always burned in his core, fueling his immortality, was beginning to wane in a worrying way. As a guardian of the balance between life and death for millennia, Aurora knew the signs well. Every 500 years, his body turned into burning ash to be reborn stronger and more radiant. But this time, it was different. The internal flames that should have been growing, preparing for their cycle of renewal, were barely able to stay lit. Something is disturbing the natural order, she murmured to herself, her words echoing like soft music in the thin mountain air. All around him, ancient crystals sparkled with a light of their own, silent witnesses to countless rebirths. It was then that Aurora became aware of the presence of her old friend Zephyr, a wind spirit that roamed the snowy peaks. Its translucent form danced like morning mist, bringing with it news from the four corners of the world. "My dear friend," Zephyr whispered, her voice mingling with the whistle of the wind, "you are not the only one feeling this change. The elders of the Mystic Valley are restless. The balance has been disturbed." Aurora rose, her majestic wings stretching against the dawn sky. Each movement required more effort than it should have, and its once radiant feathers now emanated only a faint glow. "Tell me more, Zephyr. What do the elders say?" The wind spirit circled around the phoenix, its ethereal form reflecting concern. "They speak of an ancient prophecy, Aurora, the original source, the first sacred fire from which all phoenixes were born, is weakening. Without its strength, the cycle of rebirth can be broken." The news hit Aurora like lightning from a clear sky. The original source was more than a legend. It was the very essence of his existence. Ancient stories told of a sacred place hidden beyond the mystic lands where the first fire still burned eternally. "How much time do I have left, old friend?" asked Aurora, observing her own feathers that imperceptibly began to lose color. "By the change in your light, no more than 7 days before your current cycle is complete," replied Zephyr, his voice thick with concern. "If you don't find the source before then, not only will I cease to exist," Aurora completed, "but all the phoenixes in the world will lose their connection to the sacred fire." The gravity of the situation weighed on his shoulders like mountains. Aurora was the oldest among her sisters, the guardian of ancestral traditions and knowledge. If she failed, not only would her own existence be at risk, but the entire delicate balance between life and death that phoenixes had maintained for eons. "I must leave immediately," declared Aurora, standing tall in all her magnificence. Even weakened, his presence still emanated a natural authority that made the elements themselves pay attention. Zephyr floated closer, his hazy form condensing slightly. "The path to the original source is dangerous, Aurora. No one has walked it for millennia. The mystic lands have changed, and ancient protections may have become death traps. Still, I have no choice," replied the phoenix, its resolve burning brighter than its own weakened flames. "But I need your help, my friend. Your eyes see far, and your knowledge of the winds will be invaluable." The wind spirit undulated in agreement. "I will be with you on this journey, old friend. The winds are my eyes and my ears, and I will guide you through the dangers that await us." Aurora began gathering what she would need for the journey. Light crystals to help her maintain her strength, ancient essences stored in her nest over the centuries, and most importantly, a crystal shard that, according to legend, resonated stronger the closer she was to the original source. As he prepared himself, other inhabitants of the Eternal Mountains began to approach, mystical creatures that had long lived under his protection. crystal dragons who guarded the highest peaks, snow spirits who danced among the clouds, and even the ancient whispering trees, which sent their messages through the wind. A young crystal dragon, Lyra, approached timidly. "Lady Aurora," she said, her scales sparkling like diamonds in the sun, "allow me to accompany you. My strength may be useful on your journey." Aurora considered the offer for a moment. Lyra was young, but her heart was brave, and her ability to fly through the harshest storms could prove crucial. "Your help will be appreciated, little Lyra," he finally replied. So, as the sun reached its zenith, Aurora prepared for a journey that would determine not only her destiny, but the future of all magical creatures that depended on the balance maintained by the phoenixes. With Zephyr as her guide and Lyra as her protector, she must traverse the mystic lands, face unknown dangers, and find the original source before her strength is completely exhausted. Time was running out, and each beat of its wings now felt heavier than the last. But Aurora knew she couldn't fail. The fate of an entire magical world depended on her success, and she was determined to find the original source or consume her last flame in the attempt. Aurora, Zephyr, and Lyra left the Eternal Mountains when the first rays of the sun still painted the sky pink. The initial flight was challenging, especially for Aurora, who felt each wing beat drain more of her vital energy. Lyra, realizing her mentor's difficulty, strategically positioned herself below her, creating ascending air currents with her powerful crystalline wings to assist the phoenix's flight. "The mystic lands begin beyond the veil of mists," Zephyr informed, her ethereal form dancing around the travelers. "But we must be careful. The mists are not natural. They hide secrets and creatures that would rather see us fail." As they advanced, the landscape below them gradually transformed. The snowy mountains gave way to ancient forests, where gigantic trees intertwined their branches to form an impenetrable canopy. Aurora noticed that its feathers, once a vibrant red, now displayed a shade closer to aged copper. "Lady Aurora," Lyra called, her crystal clear voice cutting through the silence. "There is something strange moving in the forest below. In fact, the shadows between the trees seem to have a life of their own, snaking in unnatural ways." Aurora narrowed her golden eyes, now more dull than bright, and realized that they weren't just shadows. They were light seekers, ancient creatures that fed on magical energy. "We must land," Aurora declared, realizing that her fading glow was still attracting unwanted attention. "We will continue on land until we cross this region." They found a clearing small enough to protect themselves, but large enough to keep the shadows at bay. Lyra immediately assumed a protective stance, her crystal scales reflecting the light in all directions, creating a natural barrier against the shadow creatures. "The light seekers are not our only concern," Zephyr muttered, partially condensing himself to become more visible. "I sense disturbances in the winds. Something or someone is manipulating the magical currents in this region." Aurora nodded, gathering her strength for the next leg of the journey. He removed one of the light crystals from his small collection, absorbing its energy to strengthen himself. "We need to find out who is interfering with the ancient magic. It could be the same force that is weakening the original source. As they rested, Aurora shared with her companions ancient stories about the mystic lands, knowledge passed down through generations of phoenixes. This forest was once a sacred place, she explained, where different types of magic coexisted in harmony. Something has corrupted that balance. Lyra, who had never ventured so far from her home in the Eternal Mountains, absorbed every word with fascination. How will we know we are on the right path to original source? Aurora withdrew the resonant crystal shard, which emitted a soft humming sound. This crystal will guide us. The closer we are, the stronger its vibration. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the forest. Not a sound of threat, but a cry for help. The three travelers looked at each other, silently debating whether to investigate. It could be a trap, Zephyr warned, but it could also be someone who genuinely needs help. We can't ignore a cry for help, Aurora decided, even though she knew that every detour on her journey diminished her chances of reaching the original source in time. They headed in the direction of the scream, moving cautiously among the ancient trees. They found a small forest fairy, her wings caught in a web of shadows. Not a normal web, but a physical manifestation of the corrupted energy that permeated the region. Please, the fairy whispered, her natural glow almost completely absorbed by the shadows. Help me. Aurora approached, aware that using her own light to dispel the shadows would cost precious energy. Still, he didn't hesitate. He concentrated and emitted a pulse of golden light, which made the shadows retreat, freeing the little fairy. My name is Iris, the fairy introduced herself, gradually regaining her shine. I'm one of the guardians of this forest, or at least I was, until the shadows started to grow stronger. When did this start? Aurora asked, realizing there might be a connection to the weakening of the original source. About a moon ago, Iris replied, adjusting her newly freed wings. First, we noticed that the natural lights of the forest began to fade. Then, the shadows took on a life of their own, consuming all the magical energy they found. This information confirmed Aurora's suspicions. The weakening of the original source was not just affecting the phoenixes, but the entire web of magic that maintained the balance of the mystic lands. Come, said Iris. I know a safe path through the forest. It's the least I can do to thank you for saving me. Aurora exchanged glances with her companions. Time was of the essence, and a guide who knew the region could make the difference between success and failure in your mission. They followed Iris along hidden paths among the ancient trees, where natural light could still penetrate, keeping the shadows at bay. The little fairy proved to be a valuable source of information about recent changes in the mystic lands. The elders of the forest speak of a growing imbalance, she explained as she flew, as if something was sucking the very magical essence out of the land. Aurora felt it too. Each step into the corrupted forest drained a little more of his energy, making each moment more precious than the last. The resonant crystal in their power vibrated more intensely now, indicating that they were moving in the right direction, but also warning of time quickly running out. As the group advanced through the forest, guided by Iris, the surrounding environment became increasingly dense and mysterious. Aurora noticed that its feathers, now a faded amber, could barely emit enough light to illuminate the path. Lyra remained close, her crystalline scales reflecting what little light was left, while Zephyr circled around them, warning of possible danger. "The whispering portal is near," Iris announced, pointing to an ancient stone structure partially covered in luminescent vines. "It's an ancient passage that will take us beyond the territory of shadows." Aurora studied the portal with interest. Ancient symbols decorated its surface, telling stories of a time when magic flowed freely across the mystic lands. The resonant crystal in their possession vibrated more intensely, confirming that they were on the right path. "But there is something you should know," Iris continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The portal demands a price from those who wish to pass through it. It feeds on memories." This revelation stopped everyone in their tracks. Aurora knew that each memory of a phoenix was precious, containing centuries of knowledge and experiences. Losing any of them could be catastrophic for your mission. "What kind of memories does it require?" Lyra asked, her scales flickering with apprehension. "The portal chooses," Iris replied. "Sometimes they are insignificant memories. Other times, they are the ones we cherish most." Zephyr condensed into a more solid form, his concern evident. "Aurora, in her current state, losing important memories could—" "We have no choice," Aurora interrupted. "Time is running out, and this is the quickest path to the original source." She could feel her strength decreasing with each passing moment, and the golden glow in her eyes was getting dimmer and dimmer. They approached the whispering portal with caution. The luminescent vines seemed to react to his presence, snaking gently, as if they were alive. Aurora was the first to step forward, touching the ancient surface with one of her wings. Immediately, he felt a gentle but insistent force searching his memories. Images of his countless rebirths, encounters with long-extinct creatures, and ancient knowledge floated through his mind like leaves in the wind. The portal seemed particularly interested in his memories of the original source. "Not those," Aurora muttered, resisting. "Losing any information about your objective could jeopardize the entire mission." The portal seemed to consider for a moment before selecting other memories. Memories of carefree flights over pristine oceans, conversations with ancient civilizations, moments of peace watching the sunrise. Aurora felt a pang of sadness when she saw them disappear, but she knew it was a necessary price. Lyra was next. The young crystal dragon trembled when the portal touched her mind, but remained firm. Some of his childhood memories in the Eternal Mountains were taken as payment. Zephyr, being a wind spirit, had a different experience. The portal collected fragments of ancient winds that he carried with him. Iris, who had passed through the portal before, guided them through the passage. On the other side, they found a completely different landscape. The dense trees gave way to a crystal-clear valley, where rock formations emitted a soft, comforting light. "The Valley of Crystals," introduced Iris. "Here, the shadow corruption hasn't arrived yet, but—" She hesitated, looking around worriedly. Something is different. Aurora also noticed. Although the valley still retained its natural light, there was a tinge of melancholy in the air, as if the land itself was mourning a loss. The resonant crystal vibrated more strongly, indicating that they were getting closer to their goal. The crystals, Lyra murmured, approaching one of the formations. Are they crying? Indeed, small droplets of light dripped from the crystalline formations, falling to the ground like luminous tears. Aurora approached one of the larger crystals, gently touching it with her wing. A wave of emotions washed over her: sadness, loss, fear. The crystals are connected to the same source of magical energy that powers all mystical creatures, Aurora explained. They feel the weakening of the original source as much as I do. Zephyr floated between the formations, her ethereal form reflecting the colors of the crystals. There is something more. The winds carry whispers of an ancient presence awakened in this valley. As if responding to Zephyr's words, a tremor ran through the ground. The crystals began to resonate in harmony, creating an ethereal melody that made the air vibrate. In the center of the valley, a figure began to materialize. A being made entirely of crystalline light. "Welcome, travelers," echoed a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "I am the guardian of the crystals, and I feel in you the same purpose that unites us, the quest to restore balance." Aurora stepped forward, her dark copper feathers contrasting with the guardian's intense light. "Then you know why we came." "Yes," replied the crystalline being, "and I also know that your time is running out, Ancient One. But the path to the original source is more complex than you imagine. There are forces at work that transcend our understanding." The guardian raised a hand made of solidified light, and images of what appeared to be an energetic map of the mystic lands appeared in the air. Lines of magical force intertwined like delicate webs, but several of them were darkened or broken. "Corruption is not natural," continued the guardian. "Something or someone is deliberately interfering with the flow of magical energy, directing it towards an unknown purpose." Aurora felt her strength momentarily fail, and Lyra quickly moved to support her. Time was running out faster than they had anticipated. "I can help you reach the original source," said the keeper of the crystals. "But you will need to face a difficult truth first. The corruption you feel originates from an ancient, broken pact." Aurora, still supported by Lyra, raised her now almost dull eyes. "What pact would that be?" "Millenniums ago, when the first phoenix rose from the original source, a balance was established between all magical forces," explained the guardian, manipulating the lines of energy in the air to illustrate his story. Each mystical creature had its role in maintaining this balance, but someone is trying to channel all the power into themselves. Zephyr stirred restlessly, his ethereal form rippling with concern. "The winds have whispered of an ancient phoenix that refused to complete its cycle of rebirth." The guardian nodded, his crystalline form sparkling crimson. "The rebel. She discovered a way to absorb the magical energy of other creatures to keep herself alive indefinitely, avoiding the natural cycle of death and rebirth. That explains the weakening of the source," Aurora murmured, finally understanding. "It is draining the life energy that should naturally flow through the world." Iris, who had remained silent, flew closer. "The shadows in the forest, are they a manifestation of the imbalance she is causing?" "Precisely," the guardian confirmed. Every time crimson absorbs magical energy, it leaves a void that is filled by corrupt shadows. If not stopped, the entire mystical world will succumb to darkness. Aurora tried to pull herself up completely, her feathers now an alarming, dull brown. How can we find her? The guardian moved through the valley, the crystals resonating in harmony with his presence. Crimson has established her refuge in the Peak of Shadows, a corrupted mountain beyond this valley. It is there that she performs her absorption rituals, channeling the stolen energy through black crystals. Lyra shivered, her scales reflecting the worry in her heart. But how can we face her? Aurora barely has the strength to fly, and Crimson must be incredibly powerful with all the energy she stole. There is a way, the Guardian said, his voice taking on a deeper tone. The crystals in this valley still maintain a pure connection to the original source. I can use their energy to create a direct path to the Peak of Shadows, but, encouraged Zephyr, the process will temporarily weaken the valley's protection, allowing the shadows to advance, added the Guardian. And Aurora will need to use some of her own life essence to activate the portal. A heavy silence fell over the group. Aurora knew that using more of her life energy could mean not having enough strength to face Crimson when they found her. But what choice did they have? I will do whatever is necessary, Aurora declared with determination. The Guardian began to instruct them on the necessary ritual. Aurora should position herself in the center of a circle of specific crystals, while Lyra and Zephyr would keep the shadows at bay. Iris, with her knowledge of natural energies, would help channel the power of the crystals. As they prepared, Aurora shared a private moment with her companions. If I don't have enough strength to face Crimson, she began. Don't even think about it, Lyra interrupted firmly. We are all on this mission together. The ritual began at dusk, when the mystical energies were strongest. Aurora positioned herself in the center of the circle, her feathers almost completely dull now. The Guardian of the crystals began to chant words in an ancient language, making the crystals in the valley pulse with their own light. The shadows, sensing the weakening of the valley's protection, began to draw closer. Lyra stood on guard, her crystalline scales emitting bursts of light to keep the darkness at bay. Zephyr created energized wind currents, forming an additional barrier. Aurora felt a sharp pain as the ritual reached its climax. His vital energy, already so scarce, flowed into the crystals around him. The air began to distort, forming a portal of pure light that would lead directly to Shadow Peak. Quick, shouted the Guardian. The portal won't last long. With one last united effort, the group passed through the portal, leaving the Valley of Crystals behind. On the other side, they found themselves in a completely different environment. Shadow Peak lived up to its name, a black mountain that seemed to absorb all the light around it. Black crystals erupted from the rock like open wounds, pulsing with stolen energy. In the air, streams of corrupted magic flowed toward the mountaintop, where a dark figure could be seen performing his unholy rituals. Crimson, Aurora whispered, recognizing the ancient phoenix who had chosen such a dark path. The figure on top of the mountain stopped its movements, as if it had sensed the presence of the newcomers. Slowly, she turned around, revealing a phoenix whose feathers were so dark red they appeared black, shimmering with energy stolen from countless mystical beings. So you finally arrived. Crimson's voice echoed, filled with power and malice. Have you come to try to stop me, Aurora? Or to join me and discover what it's like to live free from the chains of the cycle of rebirth? Aurora stepped forward, supported by her loyal companions. Although his strength was almost exhausted, his determination remained unshakable. The final confrontation was about to begin, and the fate of the entire mystical world depended on its outcome. The confrontation between Aurora and Crimson hung in the air like a storm about to break out. Shadow Peak seemed to pulse with stolen energy, while black crystals reflected the corrupted power that Crimson had accumulated over the centuries. You don't understand what you're doing, Aurora said, her voice weak but firm. It's destroying the very fabric that keeps our world in balance. Crimson let out a dark laugh that echoed across the mountain. I understand completely, dear sister. I am freeing myself from the chains that bind us to an endless cycle of death and rebirth. Why should we submit to this when we can have true power? Lyra positioned herself protectively at Aurora's side, her crystalline scales glowing with determination. Zephyr circled around them, creating a barrier of wind against the approaching shadows, while Iris hovered nearby, her natural light pulsing in defiance of the darkness. True power, Aurora questioned. What you have built is not power, Crimson. It is a prison made of stolen energy and corrupted lives. In response, Crimson raised his dark-stained wings, and waves of dark energy emanated from his body. The surrounding black crystals pulsed more intensely, and Aurora felt the last of her strength begin to drain. Look, Crimson exclaimed. I can take your life energy with a simple thought. This is true power. But something unexpected happened. As Crimson attempted to drain Aurora's energy, the resonant crystal the weakened phoenix carried began to glow brightly. An ancient and powerful connection manifested, linking Aurora directly to original source through the crystal. It's not about power, Crimson, said Aurora, her voice gaining strength as the pure energy of the source flowed through her. It's about balance, about the natural cycle of life. Each rebirth brings us new wisdom, new understanding. Lyra, realizing the crucial moment, began to emanate light through her crystalline scales, amplifying the power of the resonating crystal. Zephyr condensed his ethereal form, creating a vortex that channeled pure energy around them. Iris, with her knowledge of natural energies, wove threads of light that began to neutralize the shadows. Crimson staggered, feeling for the first time his control over the stolen energies waver. No, you can't stop me. I have the power of 1,000 lives in my veins, and that is why you must be stopped, Aurora declared, her feathers beginning to regain their golden shine. Every life you stole, every energy you corrupted, cries out for justice. The confrontation reached its climax when Aurora, renewed by the connection with the original source, expanded her wings in all their magnificence. A wave of pure, golden light emanated from his body, clashing against Crimson's dark defenses. The black crystals began to crack, releasing trapped energy that returned to its rightful owners. Crimson screamed in fury and despair, trying to maintain his grip on the stolen power, but it was too late. "Together!" shouted Aurora to her companions. Lyra projected the full power of her crystals. Zephyr intensified her purifying vortex, and Iris channeled the natural energy of the earth. United, their powers combined with Aurora's restorative light created a wave of purification that swept Shadow Peak. Crimson, in a last act of defiance, tried to absorb all the energy around him, but his corrupted body could not contain so much power. With a final scream, she exploded into a shower of dark sparks that quickly turned into pure light. The silence that followed was broken by the soft clink of crystals purifying themselves, returning to their natural state. Aurora landed softly, her feathers now shining with a brighter shine than before. "It's over," she whispered, watching as life energy flowed freely once more, restoring balance to the mystic lands. Lyra approached, her scales sparkling with joy. "Lady Aurora, your colors are more vibrant than ever." It was true. The direct connection to original source had not only saved Aurora, but strengthened her beyond her previous state. Its feathers were now a deep golden red, pulsing with renewed life. The original source wasn't actually weakening, Aurora realized. Crimson was just blocking our connection with her. Now that the block has been removed, the entire mystical world is healing, added Iris, watching as waves of life energy spread across the horizon, restoring the Earth's natural light. Zephyr circled the group, his ethereal form clearer and more defined than before. The winds are already singing of this victory. The stories of this day will be remembered for generations. Aurora looked at her companions with deep gratitude. This victory belongs to all of us. Each of you has proven that true power comes not from the strength we take from others, but from the strength we find together. In the days that followed, the mystic lands flourished like never before. The corrupted shadows dissipated, the black crystals purified, and magical creatures of all types celebrated the return of natural balance. Aurora has established her new nest on Shadow Peak, now renamed Aurora Peak, transforming it into a beacon of light and hope. Lyra, Zephyr, and Iris remained his closest friends, each contributing in their own way to maintaining the balance they had fought so hard to restore. And so, the story of the Phoenix and its search for the original source became a legend, teaching all mystical creatures that true power lies not in domination, but in harmony, not in control, but in balance, and most of all, in the strength we find when we stand united in the face of darkness. On a small farm on the outskirts of a bucolic village, there lived a gray-haired, kind-eyed donkey called Frederico. For years, he had faithfully served his owner, carrying sacks of grain and bales of hay in the scorching sun and pouring rain. His hooves knew every stone and every track of those lands like the back of his paw. However, with the passage of time, his legs no longer had the same vigor as before, and his step, once firm and constant, became slower and more hesitant. One particularly cold morning, Frederico noticed the worried looks on his owner's face and the whispers of other farmers. "He's too old," they said. "He's not fit for work anymore." Those words penetrated deep into his heart. But instead of giving in to despair, an unusual idea sprang into his mind. He had heard stories about Bremen, a city where music echoed through the streets and art was valued above all else. Why not? He thought, I've always liked to hum in the moonlight. Maybe I could become a musician. With this resolution in his chest, before his owner could make any decisions about his fate, Frederick set off along the dusty road towards Bremen. The road was long, but his determination was greater than any obstacle. He hadn't walked far when his ears picked up a peculiar sound, a tired, melancholy bark coming from behind a bush. There he found Bruno, a black and white shepherd dog, lying in the shade of a tree. His eyes, although tired, still held a spark of liveliness. Why so sad, friend? Asked Frederico, approaching cautiously. Ah, my dear, Bruno replied with a deep sigh. After years of guarding my master's flock, my legs are no longer as agile, and my bark no longer scares the wolves, as it used to. I overheard my owner saying that I can no longer protect the sheep properly. The story sounded familiar to Frederick, who immediately shared his plans to become a musician in Bremen. Come with me, the donkey proposed enthusiastically. Your bark is still strong and melodious. We could form a duo. You bark, I'll bray, and together we'll make music. Bruno's eyes lit up with renewed hope, and without a second thought, he joined Frederico on the journey. Not far from there, they found Mingao, an orange cat with white spots, sitting gloomily by the side of the road. His whiskers were down, and his lost gaze wandered over the horizon. What's your problem, little feline? Asked Bruno, genuinely concerned. My owner doesn't want me anymore, replied Mingao in an embarrassed voice. They say I'm too old to hunt mice, that I'm only good for sleeping by the stove, but I can still meow like nobody's business. His green eyes sparkled at the mention of his musical ability. Frederico and Bruno exchanged complicit glances. Perfect, exclaimed the donkey. You can join us. We're going to Bremen to become musicians. With your meow, my braying, and Bruno's barking, we'll have a spectacular trio. The trio had barely resumed their walk when a shrill sound cut through the air. Cocorico. At the top of a fence, they spotted Galileo, a rooster with multicolored feathers and a vibrant red crest. His posture was proud, but his eyes betrayed a deep sadness. Why do you sing with such melancholy, feathered friend? Asked Mingao, stretching out to get a better look at the rooster. I heard the cook saying that tomorrow I'll be turned into soup, replied Galileo, his feathers shaking slightly. After years of announcing the sunrise, this is my destiny. The rooster's words touched the hearts of his three friends, who immediately invited him to join their peculiar band. With your majestic crowing, we'll be an unbeatable quartet, declared Frederico, already imagining the musical possibilities. Galileo, without a second thought, flapped his wings and landed next to his new friends, ready for a new adventure. United by fate and music, the four unlikely companions set off on the road towards Bremen, each carrying their own dreams and hopes. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, as they shared stories of their past lives and dreams for the future. Frederico led the group with determined steps. Bruno kept an eye out for any danger, Mingao observed everything with his keen eyes, and Galileo, perched on the donkey's back, served as a lookout. Together, they discovered that their differences were not obstacles, but the source of their strength. As night approached, the group began to realize that the journey would be more challenging than they had imagined. The wind was blowing harder, bringing with it dark clouds that promised rain. They would need to find shelter soon, but they were in a part of the forest that none of them knew. However, the fear of loneliness and abandonment that had previously consumed them individually had been replaced by a sense of belonging and common purpose. "Look," exclaimed Galileo from his lofty post. "There's a light shining between the trees." The four friends looked at each other, curious and hopeful. That mysterious light could mean shelter, danger, or perhaps the start of a new adventure. What they didn't yet know was that this discovery would completely change the course of their lives and lead them to face challenges that would test not only their courage, but also the strength of their newly formed friendship. Cautiously, the group approached the light shining between the trees. As they advanced, a small stone house appeared before them. The smell of hot food escaped through the gaps in the windows, making their stomachs growl in unison. Mingao, with his keen eyesight, was the first to sneak up to one of the low windows. "What do you see?" whispered Bruno, keeping close to his feline friend. "There's a group of bandits inside," replied Mingao, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "They're sitting around a table full of food and drink. They seem to have looted some nearby village." Federico, who had remained silent until then, had a brilliant idea. "Friends," he said quietly, "perhaps we can use our musical skills in a different way. If we manage to scare these bandits, we could not only have a place to sleep, but also do a good deed." The plan was daring, but everyone agreed that it was worth a try. Carefully, they positioned themselves on top of each other. Federico stood at the base, being the biggest and strongest. On top of him climbed Bruno, who helped Mingao balance on his back. And at the top, Galileo perched proudly. "On my signal," whispered Federico, "we all make as much noise as possible." And so they did. The powerful braying of the donkey, mixed with the low barking of the dog, the shrill meowing of the cat, and the deafening crowing of the rooster. The resulting sound was something the forest had never witnessed before, a frightening cacophony that echoed through the night. The bandits, taken by surprise, jumped out of their chairs. Through the window, they saw a monstrous creature, tall as a tree, with undefined shapes and terrifying sounds. Without a second thought, they ran out the door, leaving behind the entire banquet and their stolen belongings. Satisfied with the success of their plan, the four friends entered the house, finding it welcoming and well-stocked. "This is better than I could have imagined," exclaimed Bruno, sniffing the air filled with delicious aromas. Mingao soon found a comfortable spot near the fireplace. "Maybe we don't need to go all the way to Bremen," he suggested, purring. "This place could be our new home." However, one of the bandits, braver than the others, decided to go back and investigate. He sneaked up to the house in the darkness. Mingao, who was awake, noticed the movement and alerted the others with a low meow. When the bandit tried to peek through the window, he was met by a set of well-coordinated defenses. Mingao's glowing eyes in the darkness startled him. Bruno bared his teeth with a menacing snarl. Galileo flapped his wings furiously, and Federico gave the intruder a sharp kick in the air, causing him to flee in panic. "He'll never come back," laughed Galileo, smoothing his feathers, "and he'll probably convince the others to stay far away from here." That night was special for the group. For the first time since they had been abandoned by their owners, they felt truly at home. They shared the food left by the bandits and settled in different corners of the house, each finding their perfect spot. Federico discovered a stable next to the house, clean and with fresh hay. Bruno chose a soft rug near the door where he could keep guard. Mingao appropriated an old armchair near the fireplace, and Galileo found a perfect beam for his perch. As the evening progressed, the four friends chatted about their future plans. "You know," said Frederick thoughtfully, "maybe our destination wasn't really to get to Bremen. Maybe it was to find each other and create our own home. And who says we can't do both?" suggested Bruno, wagging his tail. "We can turn this house into our home and still make music." The idea excited everyone. They started planning how they could improve the place, turning it into a real home for musical animals. Galileo suggested that they could give concerts for travelers passing by on the road. Mingao thought about creating an aromatic herb garden. Bruno offered to maintain security, and Federico offered to transport supplies from the nearest village. As they made plans, they realized that their skills complemented each other perfectly. What one couldn't do, the other could. Their limitations, which had previously been seen as a reason to discard them by their former owners, were now transformed into opportunities for cooperation and mutual help. The night passed quietly, with the quartet resting for the first time in a long time, without fear of tomorrow. The sound of rain began to fall softly on the roof, creating a natural melody that lulled them into a deep, comforting sleep. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight found the four friends already awake and excited. Galileo, true to his custom, was the first to greet the day with his characteristic song. Mingao lounged lazily in his armchair, while Bruno made his morning rounds around the house. Federico watched everything with satisfaction, feeling that they had finally found their place in the world. The next few days were filled with intense activity in the forest house. As time went by, each member of the group found their own way of contributing to making the space truly special. Federico, with his still considerable strength, started carrying useful materials he found around the forest, including fallen boards and abandoned tools that could be useful for small repairs. Bruno developed a patrol routine, marking a safe perimeter around the property and alerting his friends to any suspicious movement. His bark, which had previously been considered too weak to protect sheep, proved perfectly adequate to keep his new home safe. Mingao, for his part, turned out to be an excellent gardener. Using his natural hunting skills, he not only kept the house free of mice, but also started growing a small herb garden near the kitchen window. His nimble paws were perfect for planting seeds and pulling weeds. Galileo, from the top of his perch, not only faithfully announced the sunrise, but also kept an eye on his surroundings and reported on the weather, accurately predicting the arrival of storms thanks to his natural instincts. His constant presence at the highest point of the house made him a reliable watchman. One particularly pleasant morning, while they were practicing their music in the yard, they heard the sound of human voices approaching from the road. At first they were apprehensive, fearing that it was the bandits returning. However, to their surprise, it was a group of children from the nearby village, attracted by the curious melody echoing through the forest. "Look at that," one of the children exclaimed in amazement. "They're animals that make music." The quartet, who had initially thought of hiding, realized that this could be a unique opportunity. Federico, assuming his role as leader, stepped forward and began an impromptu performance. His melodious braying was soon joined by Bruno's rhythmic barking, Mingao's harmonious meowing, and Galileo's vibrant singing. The children were delighted, clapping their hands and dancing to the unusual music. Soon, they began to bring other villagers to watch the quartet perform. Word of the animal musicians living in the forest spread quickly, and their performances began to attract regular visitors. As their popularity grew, the four friends decided to organize their concerts better. They transformed their backyard into a small performance area, with logs arranged as seats for the audience. Galileo, with his natural talent for entertaining, became the master of ceremonies, announcing each musical number with a specially made cocorico. Visitors often brought gifts: fresh hay for Frederick, juicy bones for Bruno, balls of wool for Mingao to play with, and special grains for Galileo. More important than the material gifts, however, was the respect and admiration they received. Those same animals that had been discarded for being too old were now celebrated for their unique abilities. One afternoon, while they were organizing yet another performance, they received an unexpected visit. A group of merchants passing along the road stopped to watch the show, and among them was a man who caught Bruno's eye. He was his former owner. The old sheepdog was tense for a moment, but his friends immediately stood by his side in silent support. To his surprise, the former owner approached with tears in his eyes. "Bruno, my old friend," he said in an embarrassed voice, "I see you found your true calling. Forgive me for not seeing your full potential." That moment deeply touched not only Bruno, but all four friends. They realized that their supposed limitations had become their greatest strengths, and that the abandonment they had suffered had led them to find something much more precious: a chosen family. As their fame grew, they began to receive invitations to perform in the nearby village. After much discussion, they decided to accept some special performances, but always keeping their home in the forest as their base. After all, that place had become much more than just a shelter. It was a symbol of their freedom and unity. During one of these performances in the village, they met other animals who, like them, had been abandoned by their owners. This sparked an idea in Federico. Why not turn his house into a refuge for animal artists? The space was big enough, and they could teach others to discover their hidden talents. "We could create a real music school," suggested Mingao, enthusiastic about the idea. "And each of us could teach something different," added Bruno, already imagining the possibilities. Galileo, from his favorite perch, agreed with an excited poop. "We could call it the Forest Musical Academy." The idea quickly took shape. Before long, they began to welcome their first students. A pig who discovered he had a talent for percussion, a sheep with a surprisingly melodious voice, and even a mouse who turned out to be an excellent dancer. The house in the forest which once housed bandits, became a center for art and music, a place where differences were celebrated and limitations were transformed into possibilities. The four friends discovered that their true calling went beyond simply making music. It was to inspire others to find their own voice. With the Academia Musical da Floresta up and running, the four friends' routine took on new contours and challenges. Every morning, after Galileo's traditional song, Greeting the Sun, the house was filled with life, with the arrival of different students, each bringing their own story and dreams. Federico discovered that he had a natural talent for teaching. His patience and wisdom, acquired through years of hard work, allowed him to identify the unique potential in each student. He developed a special method for teaching rhythm, using his own experiences of carrying bales of hay to create simple, engaging musical patterns. You see, he explained to a group of young rabbits who wanted to learn to drum with their hind legs, every step can be a musical note. The secret is to find your own natural rhythm. The bunnies, fascinated, began to drum on the floor, creating a synchronized percussion that soon became one of the favorite attractions of the performances. Bruno, for his part, became an expert in teaching vocal techniques. His bark, which had previously been considered too weak to scare off predators, turned out to be perfect for demonstrating different tones and modulations. He worked especially closely with a young sheep called Melody, whose initial shyness hid an extraordinary voice. "Don't be afraid to be different," Bruno advised Melody during a lesson. "Sometimes, what we consider our greatest weakness can be our greatest strength." Under his tutelage, Melody developed a confidence that transformed her bleating into a song so sweet it often attracted wild birds to listen. Mingao revolutionized dance teaching at the academy. His naturally graceful feline movements inspired students to find their own form of body expression. He created a particularly interesting partnership with Roberto, the dancing mouse, developing choreographies that combined agility and elegance. "Dance is everywhere," taught Mingao, demonstrating a sequence of movements in the way the wind sways the leaves, in the course of the stream, even in the way the butterflies fly. His students learned to observe nature in search of inspiration, transforming everyday movements into art. Galileo, in addition to his duties as a watchman and announcer, developed a special program to teach music to migratory birds. His knowledge of weather patterns and celestial navigation proved invaluable in creating a system of musical notation based on the flight of birds. Each migration route is like a score in the sky, he explained to his winged students. The air currents are our stage, and the wind is our orchestra. Soon, the skies above the academy were filled with coordinated melodies, with flocks of birds performing complex aerial harmonies. The fame of the Forest Music Academy grew so much that it began to attract visitors from further and further afield. One day, a delegation of human musicians from the city of Bremen even arrived, intrigued by the stories they had heard about the animal musicians. "We never imagined we'd find something like this," commented the leader of the delegation, amazed at a special performance organized to welcome them. "You've created something truly unique here." Success, however, brought with it new challenges. The house began to get too small to accommodate all the students and visitors. What's more, with winter approaching, they needed to find a way to continue classes during the colder days. It was Federico who came up with the idea of expanding the facilities, taking advantage of an old cave next to the house. The natural acoustics of the cave would be perfect for rehearsals, he suggested, and it would give us the additional space we need. With the help of all the students and some villagers who had become loyal friends of the academy, work began on adapting the cave. The student beavers created dikes to control the humidity. The moles helped to create natural acoustic chambers, and the birds decorated the ceiling with small, shiny stones that reflected the light of the lanterns. During the construction work, they discovered something surprising. The cave had several interconnected chambers, each with unique acoustic characteristics. This allowed them to create specialized rooms for different types of musical practice. It's as if nature itself had designed a concert hall for us, observed Bruno, delighted by the perfect reverberation of his bark in one of the chambers. Working together to expand the academy further strengthened the bonds between the four friends and their students. Each challenge overcome was celebrated with a new musical composition created collaboratively by teachers and students. One evening, as they rested after a long day's work, Federico reflected on how their lives had changed since that first encounter on the road. When we set off in search of Bremen, he told his friends, we thought we were looking for a place to make music, but in fact, we found something much bigger, a way to turn our experiences into lessons for others. With the Forest Music Academy flourishing and the new expansion in the cave nearing completion, the four friends started planning a big music festival to celebrate their first successful year. The idea was to bring together all the students, past and present, for a memorable performance that would demonstrate how music could transcend all differences. While they were organizing the event, one afternoon they were surprised by the unexpected visit of a peculiar group. They were the old bandits who had escaped from the house that first night. However, this time they didn't come with bad intentions. The leader of the group, a tall man with a gray beard, approached cautiously with his hands raised in a sign of peace. We've come to ask for forgiveness, he said, visibly embarrassed. We've been watching from afar the wonderful work you've been doing here. Our life of crime brought us only loneliness and fear, while you have built something truly special. Federico, ever the diplomat of the group, stepped forward. Forgiveness is the first step towards change, he replied wisely. Perhaps you too can discover your musical talents. To everyone's surprise, the former bandits revealed that during their time as fugitives, they had developed the habit of making music with objects found in the forest. The leader demonstrated how he could create fascinating melodies by banging on hollow logs of different sizes, while his companions accompanied him with whistles and rhythmic clapping. Look at that, exclaimed Mingao, his green eyes shining with excitement. Even those who scared us at first had music inside them. The arrival of the former bandits brought a new dimension to the planned festival. Bruno suggested incorporating their improvised instruments into the performance, creating a unique percussion section that would perfectly represent the inclusive spirit of the Academy. Galileo, always on the lookout for opportunities to expand, proposed an even more ambitious idea. Why don't we turn the festival into a traveling celebration? We could start here in the forest and end up in Bremen, giving performances in every village along the way. The suggestion was met with enthusiasm. Preparations for the traveling festival began immediately. Each group of students worked on special performances that highlighted their unique skills. The percussionist rabbits created a synchronized choreography with melody. The singing sheep, Roberto, the dancing mouse, developed a special number with the migratory birds, combining ground dancing with aerial acrobatics. During rehearsals, something extraordinary began to happen. Wild animals from the forest, attracted by the music, began to come forward voluntarily to take part. One bear discovered that his low growl matched Frederico's braying perfectly in certain tunes. A family of squirrels developed a percussion technique using nuts and pine cones that added a unique layer to the compositions. As the day of the festival approached, word spread in all directions. Caravans began to arrive in the forest, bringing curious spectators and potential new students. The small house that once housed bandits was now the epicenter of a true musical revolution. On the morning of the big day, Galileo woke everyone up with his most majestic cocorico. The festival began at sunrise with a joint performance by all the participants. The music that echoed through the forest that morning was unlike anything they had ever created. It was the sum of all their experiences, hopes, and dreams. The musical caravan set off from the forest as planned, stopping at each village on the way to Bremen. At each stop, new elements were added to the performance. A goat that played the flute with its nose joined the group in one village. In another, a group of pigs discovered that they could create complex harmonies with their grunts. Finally, after 2 weeks of travel, they arrived in Bremen, the city that was initially just a dream destination for a lonely donkey, was now hosting the biggest animal music festival ever seen. The streets were filled with amazed spectators, and even the most skeptical human musicians were won over by the unique harmony created by the unlikely orchestra. During the final performance in Bremen's central square, Frederico looked at his friends and all the students who had turned his simple dream into something much bigger. He realized that his journey had never really been about getting to Bremen. It was about discovering that music existed everywhere and in everyone. The festival was such a success that the Bremen authorities offered the Forest Music Academy an official title of Royal Conservatory for Animals. However, after much discussion, the four friends decided to keep their base in the forest, where it all began. Our music was born out of freedom and acceptance, Frederico explained to the city officials. We need to keep our roots where we can continue to grow naturally. The decision proved wise. The Forest Musical Academy continued to flourish, becoming a symbol of how music can unite the most unlikely of companions and turn limitations into possibilities. The four friends, Frederico, Bruno, Mingau, and Galileo, discovered that their true mission was not just to make music, but to show the world that every voice, no matter how different, deserves to be heard. And so, the story of the Bremen musicians became much more than a simple fable about animals who wanted to be musicians. It became a testament to the power of friendship, the courage to start again, and the magic that happens when different voices come together in harmony.